radio's dirty little secret. And it's all legal.
Are you ready for showtime?
Breakdown, baby.
Who the hell is this?
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
To examine it would be to demystify it.
Take it with a tasty groove, okay?
Wow. It definitely makes me cringe.
Very, very, very painful.
1, 2, 3, pick it. Pick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, pick it. What the
You're disgusting.
It's showtime!
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
You ignorant trick bastard.
WMMS Cleveland.
On, gang. Good afternoon, greetings and all that, Mr. and Mrs. America, and all the ships at sea. How goes? Good, good. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. It's a Friday. Bill Squire's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out. Gwen's going to be here shortly. She's going to sit in today for a bit. Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
You what?
I can see Gwen parking right now.
Oh, yeah? Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
There's her Jeep. She'll join us momentarily.
Yeah, happy Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it? Tomorrow we're doing our high voltage go-karting championships.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. I have zero predictions as to how it's going to go because it's just going to be based on the time trials of our individual teams.
That's right.
And all that I've dictated for this thing tomorrow is that whichever member of our racing team, you know how like Lance Armstrong, when he would be in the Tour de France, it was a whole team. Lance Armstrong, I don't quite understand how those teams work out, but he had a whole group of guys. But he was the one that got all the accolades.
I never knew how that worked.
But it's a racing team. That's why all those other guys that ended up throwing him under the bus for the doping were all dudes on his racing team who I guess didn't think that they got their proper attaboys or whatever. All I've said about tomorrow is that no matter which, because we each have a team full of winners, listeners who've won a spot, whoever gets the fastest time on my team, I will steal that time for myself. I will attribute the fastest time for myself, and I encourage you and Poundcake to do the same.
Oh,
and whatever the fastest individual time is on your team, you go, yup, I got it. That was my cart. Are you with me?
I got you.
Is everyone going to steal a listener's fastest time? Now there's a chance it could be your actual time.
Not likely for me.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think I'm going to be very fast.
Why?
I'm heavier.
These carts zip around, boy.
I know,
oh,
but
yeah,
the weight, the thing that benefits me during the polar blast is a hindrance during this event.
You're saying what works downhill will not work on flat land.
Track, yeah.
I see. Poundcake, your thoughts about tomorrow? Doesn't really involve any athletic prowess. I assume you've go-karted before.
Absolutely.
Sure, it's a good time.
It's more about like getting ready for when it turns green, and you got to press on the pedal at the right time and zoom.
Yeah.
Just out.
Right.
But it takes a lot of discipline. You got to know when to do it.
Have you been practicing at all? Have you rented a go-kart and a track to do your own time trials?
I have not.
All right.
But I think it's really cool because sometimes the adrenaline's running and you're like, all right, I'm waiting for it to turn green. And then it turns green. You're like, oh, crap, it turned green.
Yeah.
And then you're late. So you just got to prepare yourself, steady your heart, and then zoom.
Are you going to be drinking juice on the track to steady your nerves?
I haven't had a sip of sugary substance whatsoever to calm my nerves.
And how are you feeling? You're on you're on your whole 27 now? You're 3 days in? On your whole 30?
I started Monday, so yeah, this would be my 5th day.
And how are you doing on it?
I think I'm doing okay. I don't know.
You said you lost 7 pounds already.
I lost 7 pounds, and then I realized I was like, well, damn, I need to lose more because I can't even tell the difference.
Yeah, but at the end of 30 days, you will.
Yeah, you'll know.
Yeah.
You'll know.
I'm just terrified that like nothing's gonna happen.
I told you, I lost 13 pounds when we did a whole 30.
I know, but like I'm terrified that I'm doing something wrong, and like I'm trying not to look at the scale every day to be obsessed. So I'm just trying to like ignore it and just stick to my diet. But I'm gonna be really butthurt if I do all of this.
You did notice because your pants were fitting different.
Yeah, but like that's. No one notices my pants difference.
Well, 7 pounds in a few days, you're on the right track.
But I feel like that was no alcohol. I don't feel like I was actually like...
But again,
I think he meant that he was skimming some of his accounts on Instagram and his pants felt like they were getting tighter as he was doing that. I think that's what he meant by saying that they felt different.
I guess we'll see. But like that's my biggest fear, to do all this and like go without and sacrifice and yada yada.
Have nothing change.
And literally I'm still at 177. Like, bitch, I'm going to be so mad. Everybody getting cold for Christmas. Everybody's getting cold.
He will be the saltiest person in San Diego.
And I'm just
over the holidays, you're going to be out there.
Because up until we leave, like I'm not eating anything. Even though we have like a long flight, I'll probably eat once we get to Vegas, and then I won't even eat at the airport because I want to fast. Because I know what meals we're going to have. It's a whole week's worth full of like
really rich foods.
Yeah, pot gummies and all the alcohol I can drink and a bunch of
I was gonna say that.
I don't.
Yeah, Bill was talking about like food. You're talking about party food, gummies and vodka.
Food.
Yeah, not rich foods.
Yeah, no, I don't care about that. I'm not trying to be bougie down there.
Yeah.
Everything's rich anyways. Who cares?
All right. People are telling me that there's no power steering in these carts, so the forearm workouts are what you really need. But I've been
I got very strong forearms.
Yeah, me too.
I remember that.
I've been working on my grip. We're all guys. We all have fantastic grips from I'd say puberty through now.
Yep.
It's all about how you ride the corners, Bill. So heavier guys, they can get themselves some good times out there.
All right. Well, I'll do my best.
So think about that.
I'm excited. It's going to be a lot of fun tomorrow.
Yep. We're going to be out at High Voltage tomorrow, which is out in Medina. They got that brand new Foundry Social right next door as well, which is a huge entertainment complex. And if you didn't get on one of our teams, still come out. Love to hang. Maybe you can do your own team. Go to AlanCoxShow.com. You can use the keyword karting and get all the details on that. I'm going to have MGK tickets for you after the break. Machine Gun Kelly is back tail end of December, the 21st, right before Christmas, for his annual Double Xmas show over at CSU. So if you want to get to that, I'll hook you up in a few minutes. And then 5 o'clock this afternoon is going to be your very last chance to get out to L.A. for our sold-out Alter Ego Festival. We've been giving away trips for this for weeks now because the thing sells out immediately. So the very last trip to win is going to be 5 o'clock this afternoon. 35192 if you want to text me for anything else, or hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Every who down in Whoville loved live alt music a lot. But the Grinch was a boomer, and alas, he did not. But the Who's knew who do, and that who is you. So win your way to LA, and we'll show you who's who. At iHeartRadio's sold-out Alter Ego 2020.
Presented by Capital One.
Blink 182.
That's about the time she walked away from me.
The Black Keys.
Billie Eilish.
The Lumineers.
Shade, Rex Orange County.
Plus some surprises we can't tell you about.
You can totally win a VIP Alter Ego experience. Listen for keywords to text in, and you could be at our sold-out Alter Ego 2020 presented by Capital One.
Capital One is a proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Alter Ego 2020, bringing great products and access to unique and unforgettable experiences to their customers. What's in your wallet?
Do you want shoes made from nature's original luxury superfiber? Then you need new Skechers washable shoes, made from premium quality wool. To start, wool wicks away moisture to help keep you dry and comfortable. It's also super flexible and highly breathable. And not only do they keep you cool and comfortable in the summer, but Skechers washable shoes also regulate temperature to keep you warm and toasty in the winter. Plus, they're even washable. Discover the wonders of wool with Skechers washable shoes at a Skechers store near you, at Skechers.com, or wherever stylish shoes are sold.
At Amazon this holiday, our Black Friday sale has new deals all day. There'll be more, and more.
Woohoo! I love it all!
Amazon's Black Friday sale, delivering all you need for less. November 28th through 29th.
Everybody needs somebody to love, someone to love, someone to love.
Hey, it's Charlie here. If you're within the sound of my voice, you've got to listen to this. Right now, Ken Galen Nissan can put you behind the wheel of a new Nissan with 0 down, 0% APR long-term financing, and 0 payments until 2020 to qualified buyers. Ken Galen Nissan has over 300 Nissans in stock with 0 down. And if you have a job and you make $400 a week, Ken Galen Nissan want to approve your credit. So what are you waiting for? Get to Ken Galen Nissan Medina or online at kengalennissan.com.
When it comes to my family's health care, I want the highest quality care possible. That's why I choose Buckeye Health Plan. Buckeye is rated #1 in quality by the Ohio Medicaid Managed Care Report Card. They cover doctor, dental, and vision visits, as well as prescription drugs at no cost to me. I even earn rewards for making healthy choices. You have a choice. Choose quality. Choose Buckeye for no-cost Medicaid coverage. Go to joinbuckeye.com to find out how.
Sound the alarms.
We've got a jackpot alert.
Prepare to take action. The Mega Millions jackpot is up to $208 million. The next drawing is tonight, so don't wait. Get your Mega Millions tickets now. Things that bring you luck this holiday season. Ohio Lottery scratch-offs with $1 holiday cash and $5 holiday lucky times 10. You can win a little. You can win a lot. You can even gift them to everyone you know. Get lucky this holiday season with Ohio Lottery scratch-offs.
Lottery players are subject to Ohio laws and commission regulations. Please play responsibly.
Hey Cleveland, have you noticed your skyline has changed? Welcome to the Beacon, the light that is ready to guide you home in the center of downtown with everything at your fingertips, blurring the lines of luxury hotel and high-rise living, giving you the ability to be your best self. Live in an open floor plan with modern finishes, floor-to-ceiling windows, lake and city views, rooftop lounge, dog park, and a fitness center. Nestled in with trendy dining and retail right outside your door. Leasing 1 and 2 bedroom units now. Be guided home by visiting thebeaconcleveland.com.
Nothing changes America like a role model. I had one growing up. My name is John Hope Bryant. I wear a suit today because my dad wore a suit when I was growing up. But kids want to be rap stars, athletes, and drug dealers all too often because that's what they see in their neighborhood. My mission now is to give them something different to see, and you play a role in it. It's called America 2020 and Hope Business in a Box Academies. Go to OperationHope.org today and join the movement to make school cool once again. Visit us on the web at OperationHope.org.
At Ariat, we design boots with a lot more than your feet in mind. Light in weight, but heavy in features that are easy on your back and reduce the wear and tear on your entire body. So you can devote more craft and care to your entire job. Full body support, Ariat work boots. Boots done right for work done better. Learn more at ariatwork.com or at a workwear store near you.
It's that time of the year again. Giving thanks for family and friends, eating, lots of eating, and shopping, like insane amounts of shopping. Let's make sure we all show our support for our local businesses by shopping small on Small Business Saturday and throughout the entire holiday season. Please join us in saluting our local retailers on
Cavaliers tonight on MMS. They are in Dallas. Cavs, Mavs at 8:30 tonight. So 8 o'clock is when your pregame action will begin here on MMS. You get about 90 minutes of the Corey Roddick experience. Before that, when Friday always comes, I will invariably get bombarded with email from people, with texts saying, Alan, it's a Friday, but I simply don't know when the weekend begins. And, of course, we have a very simple answer for that. It's with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down.
Oh, yeah. Galaga, galaga, galaga.
That is when the weekend officially begins, courtesy of Cleveland Whiskey. And that happens in the last half hour of this show. Gwen's here today.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. How are
good.
you?
Oh, fantastic.
Now that we're all caught up.
Now that we're all caught up, that's right.
You two are funny together.
How so?
Just like listening to you guys go back and forth.
I always
It's just
say,
fun.
I always tell the customers, I say, if you like to hear me have my balls expertly broken on occasion, Gwen is coming in. That's how I describe it. Because that's usually the feedback that I get. Is that going, I love it. She gives you what's up. Like, I don't know what that means, but okay.
They don't sound like that, I bet.
Some of them do.
I don't know. That's my closest approximation.
Our friend once compared us going back and forth like watching a game of ping pong.
Uh-huh.
And I thought that was kind
Ping
of...
pong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the Forrest Gump type version, or... Right?
You mean the Olympic level?
Yeah, Olympic level ping
Yes.
pong. Yeah. Is ping pong in the Olympics, actually?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Or at least it used to be, I believe.
He retired, actually.
Forrest Gump did.
No, the ping pong. He's a swimmer.
Oh, ping pong. He was on the Chinese national swim team, I
Yes,
believe.
correct.
Yeah. They have a hard time training that swim team because they get so far out, and they have to try to get them to come back.
I'm pretty sure that my cousins have a paternal grandfather that was in the Olympics for ping pong or something similar.
good for you.
I know. I'm proud. So I brought it up.
Olympic ping pong, really?
Yeah.
In your family?
Daniel is really good at ping pong.
Okay.
All of them are because
Yeah.
they're...
Because they're what?
They hone in on things.
Yeah, but don't you have to grow up playing ping pong too? Like, you don't just go, I'm really smart in one way, so I could figure out ping pong. There are people who try to...
Grow up playing ping pong?
Well, yeah.
I mean...
You can't just pick it up and master it, is what I'm saying.
Ping pong's like a child's game anyway, isn't it?
But what I'm saying is
Forrest Gump did.
There are people who will try to foist upon you this idea that something like ping pong is just a matter of angles. And if you can figure those out, you'll be great at it. And I'm like, no. Because you're not doing real-time geometry. You're playing ping pong. You're trying to get I mean...
If you can do it, you are.
Who can do that?
Not you.
I mean, what I'm saying is there's no genius mathematician who would pick up a ping pong paddle and be amazing at it because somehow in real time they figured out all the angles.
I've seen A Beautiful Mind.
Huh?
I've seen A Beautiful Mind. And
I haven't
again,
seen.
Forrest Gump.
Like pool is something I think if you get the angles, you could get in there and really do something.
How is it any different than ping pong?
Because there's no vertical drag in pool. A ping pong ball goes up, goes down. Pool, you're on a flat surface. All you have to worry about is the angles. Yeah, there's spin,
You're
things like...
hitting a ball to hit another ball with a stick.
Well,
and you think that's
not
less
necessarily.
complicated than ping pong?
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe.
You just
I
go
don't
with
know.
that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I was reading about this.
I don't equate it to ping pong. It's just bickering.
Billiards?
No, you do.
Well, no, we're not bickering. I'm asking a question. I'm trying to glean some knowledge from
He's
the fact...
asking a question, and I think he's dumb.
I'm trying to glean some
like
knowledge
bickering to me.
from the fact that she has an Olympic-level ping pong player in her family. I don't have anything like that. We had a ping pong table in our basement growing up.
You
and it
did?
Yes, and it ended up being used a couple of times, and then it was just used to put crap on.
So that's
I'm
what
like,
this
why
is
do
all
we...
about.
What, that I felt left out?
That you never fully realized your potential because
You could
your
have
ping
been
pong table.
a professional ping pong. You could have been in the Olympics for ping pong, but you didn't dedicate yourself.
Trust me, my potential is so fully unrealized in most areas of life. Why would ping pong jump out at me?
We had a ping pong table, too, that kind of folded up.
Mm-hmm. They all do.
And my dad and I were home, and I was going to clean the basement and kind of surprise him, and I folded that thing up, and it fell on me.
On you?
And I was, like, stuck. under this ping pong table.
You know they all fold up, right? They all fold
Yeah,
in.
but they don't all fall on you.
How could you not crawl out from underneath an open ping pong table?
He was a little kid. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Like, how old were you at the time? Probably
16?
12.
No, 12, yeah.
And I had to crawl out from underneath the ping pong table and go in the backyard crying. And I was like, the ping pong table fell on me.
Getting hurt when you're alone as a kid is about the scariest thing in the world. I remember I used to, like, mimic dunking on our swing set.
Oh.
And I would run and jump and then grab onto the bar and try and swing because I was, like, imitating Sean Kemp and Charles Barkley, and they would, like, hang on the rim. So I'm pretending like I'm hanging on the rim. And one time I did it. I'm by myself. I'm probably 11 or 12 years old. And I grab it, I get basically parallel to the ground, lose my grip, slam on my back, like knock the wind out of me, and then I'm just...
That's how the ping pong table was.
And I'm just terrified. I'm like, oh no, I'm dying.
Yeah,
and I'm going to die right now.
Your
and then
survival instincts kick in, but you're so young that you don't really have any.
you don't really know what to do. So I'm just gasping for air, and then finally I can't, and then I just go inside and lay on the couch, tell my parents, I'm like, I'm not going to risk this anymore. And that's the thing, is like
having the wind knocked out of you alone would make you cry because it's terrifying.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh, I can't breathe now.
Yeah. And then being alone makes it way worse.
And then you try to describe it, and they're like, oh, you're fine
Yeah.
because you're alive, but they don't know what you just went through.
But it's even worse when those
27 Hours movie.
Yeah.
Where he cuts his arm off.
That's how I felt under that ping pong table.
You're like, I guess I'm going to cut my arm off under here.
Wait, do you have both your legs?
I mean,
Are those
I
real
own
legs?
both my legs.
Yeah.
But as an adult, first thing you do is look around. Those things can still happen. You can hurt yourself in public or something, and the first thing you do, you're not feeling the pain yet. You're looking around to see if anyone saw that happen to you.
No, I don't think anybody's looking at me.
No. Not that they're... I'm just saying, like, if I saw someone hit their head...
If you fall down in public as an adult, you look around to see if anybody saw you do the embarrassing thing before you assess how hurt you are.
Right. That's why, like, people...
I agree.
That's why people, when they trip, they do that thing, like, they pretend they tripped over something. Hey, what is that?
Yeah, you gotta look back
Yeah.
and then investigate the sidewalk and be like, well, there must have been something there.
Yeah.
I walk all the time.
If you really commit to it, you go into the store and go, there's something out in that parking lot. You're going to want to look into that.
When my brother and I were at Kid Rock in Put in Bay, we had been drinking and we were walking.
You think? I'm sure. Did you need to say that?
Quiet.
Let her tell her story, man.
And my brother kind of stumbled on a unlevel sidewalk, and this woman in this golf cart laughed at him, and I was all, you, and I fell and I ate yet. And
You skinned your knee, right?
I had to go to the med tent.
Because you were yelling at the lady that was making fun of your brother for falling.
For tripping.
That's
and
like
then
the most
fell.
instant karma ever.
I had blood from my knee to my foot, and I just walked the rest of the way. Oh, it was awesome.
Did she laugh at you, too?
Probably. She was on a golf cart, so she drove away.
Yeah.
That's what you get, blonde
I
bags.
know.
You were putting Bay Patty.
Old lady at Kid Rock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well. You had a good time, though.
I did.
Other than that, he is Kid Rock.
I'm sure that was a sight to see. I would want to go just for the environment. I wouldn't even care about the concert.
Well,
I'm
we
like, can I
couldn't
just
see the stage, so yes.
Yeah, I just want to get on the island and just see what everything is going on. That's what I want to see.
All these jerseys numbered 00, and at the top it says F's given.
Oh my God, murder me!
Well, you kind of know what a Kid Rock crowd is, too. I mean,
It's like 1 in 10 people had that jersey on. I was like, wow.
1 in 10.
And it didn't say F's, it said the full word.
Sure.
Oh.
Sure.
They weren't playing nice.
No censoring.
It didn't say
censoring.
EFFS.
that would be
No.
that'd be better if they had 1 on their jersey instead of 0, and it said 1 F's given, and it's censored because the one thing they care about is censorship.
Yeah, there you go.
They don't want a kid to see that shirt and be like, oh, that's a swear word. So they care about that one thing.
Were there kids there?
Yeah, there had to be.
There's kids being made.
It was pretty.
White trash.
It's an older crowd now, too.
Mm-hmm.
It is an older.
Kid Rock's
crowd.
been around a long time. Not a lot of teenagers into Kid Rock.
And yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think the
teenagers are
tickets
into
were
Post Malone.
inexpensive, so I don't think a lot of kids were shelling out for Kid Rock either.
And plus, you got to camp out there, so I don't think kids would want to do that.
You don't think kids want to camp?
But not for that occasion.
No, not for that occasion.
Because people are waking up at 6 a.m. tailgating.
With the sweet, sweet strains of Kid Rock off in the
Hey,
distance.
as a child, I loved tailgating.
I'm sure you did.
I really did. I thought it was so great.
Yeah, you grew up in a tailgate family.
Yeah,
I didn't.
was basically raised at tailgates.
In a parking lot.
Lots of
The
different
asphalt jungle was your home when you were a kid. Here, hold my cup. A lot of those conversations.
I've been once.
Yeah. You've been tailgating once?
Once, and it was this year.
What?
Yeah. I did not grow up in a tailgating family.
But you hadn't done it until this year?
Nope.
Why is that, I wonder?
Because
Because he doesn't like to do things?
No, but you're
I like to do
you're
things.
a sports fan. And
I
you're
am a sports fan, but I've never gone tailgating, and I don't usually go to football games. I've said this before. I like watching football games on TV more than I like being at the game.
You've never even tailgated for a concert?
No.
Huh.
I mean, it's a
yeah,
big
no, I've
to-do.
tailgated for a concert before. I guess that's, yeah.
Like tables and chairs and silverware and food and booze.
No, just drinking in a car.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys really did it up
You've
right.
been to our tailgate in Ann Arbor.
I don't recall flatware there. I recall a lot of food and
Alan
a lot
and
of
I fell
drinks and
asleep.
things
Oh,
like
that's
that.
because you went to the one where we had sushi and there were chopsticks.
They
Is that what it
make
was?
banana Fosters at our tailgate.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we passed out at the big house when we were dating.
We went to the bathroom and sat down on a grassy hill in between the third and fourth
Is
quarter.
that what they
and
call
fell
the field
asleep.
because they stink?
No.
Okay.
They just won on
Wait,
Saturday.
what? Because they stink.
They stink. Please. We'll find out Saturday after Thanksgiving, won't we?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Interesting.
And what do you think will happen?
Is that Michigan, Ohio State?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? What do you think will happen? Probably what?
I don't even care,
Deductive
honestly.
reasoning.
I don't know. I don't pay attention to these things. He said they stink. You said they'll win, and I thought
I'm Ohio.
whatever.
This is Michigan. We gotta.
I've been dealing
Yeah.
with it for the past 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen is probably what always happens, which is that Michigan loses, right?
Correct.
No.
Oh, I mean that seems
No,
to
you're
be
correct.
what has happened.
I mean, maybe. But
What happened was.
we'll see.
All right. Well, listen. Hope springs eternal,
Actually,
right?
yeah, I don't think Michigan's a great team this year.
My son goes to Michigan State, and he went to the Michigan State-Michigan game, and he was telling me, I go, how was the game? He goes, oh, it was a lot of fun. He goes, we didn't like people throwing things at us so much, but, you know, a lot of classy folks out there when the two rival teams, little intrastate rivalry going on. He's like, oh, yeah, they're hurling expletives at us and throwing things, and, you know.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
Man, I guess I did miss out on some good times tailgating.
Well, your son is doing student section stuff, and Michigan State is actually historically the rowdier of the schools.
I know nothing about any
Yeah,
of
they
that. I know
burn
it's a
couches.
Well,
I
yeah.
did know that because
And
I've
flip
been.
cop cars.
But it's also a
Yeah.
basketball school. It's
Yeah.
not even a football school. So
Because-
it's like, it's, you know. But when they
Yeah.
go, it is.
Well,
Michigan State, yeah.
Yeah,
it's not
more
known for its
basketball,
football.
but,
yeah.
but it's still
not
got
like-
a very
it's not like a
prominent
sc-
football
Yeah,
program.
it's not a basketball school like Indiana's a basketball
like they're
school.
they're a team that will make it into the top 25 rankings if they're playing.
yeah, but
having
they
a good season.
sometimes they have a decent football program.
Again, where Kirk Cousins was the quarterback. Alan, do you think Kirk Cousins is a slouch?
No.
He kind of is. I mean, he's okay.
I don't know. I never went to football games in college.
Yes, we know.
So
Northwestern, why would you?
Right, exactly. And then afterwards, the team started getting good. And then they changed the name of the stadium, and I definitely didn't want to go back. Because it was Dyke Stadium.
Nice.
And then they turned it into something else. I'm like, well, now I don't want to go. I should have gone when it was Dyke Stadium.
It's the markings of a real sportsman. They changed the name of the stadium, so of course I didn't want to go back.
Well, of Romo Fijo, that's why I want to go down to there. Because of the Romo Fijo. Who cared when it was the Q? Now it's the Romo Fijo.
Uh-huh.
He's very name biased when it comes to stadiums.
Very peculiar.
It's true. If that's supposed to be the environment in which a team can feel most comfortable and try to win, right? Why do we pay such short shrift to the actual arena, to the actual venue? Why? I ask. Why? Listen, all I'm saying
I'm going
is
to let this one be rhetorical. I'm not going to give you an answer.
I'm going to let that one hang out there
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
see
it's
what
weird.
happens. Yeah. Hey, these two old guys are the oldest songwriting duo ever. If you're watching at AlanCoxShow.com, I'll play a little bit of this.
Okay, let me get you on
Alan Tripp is 102 years old. I love that he still dyes his hair, because what's the point? But he is a 102-year-old lyricist, and his much younger 88-year-old compatriot is a jazz pianist. And they are the oldest couple to ever release their first album. It's called Senior Songbook.
Are they a married couple?
They are not a married couple. Nope. One is the lyricist. They're kind of like a Bernie Taupin, Elton John type thing, right? Like a Meatloaf and the guy who wrote the Meatloaf songs type of relationship. Who was that guy? Jim Fowler? Who was the dude who wrote the Meatloaf songs?
Such contemporary references.
Oh, right, fine. But they're classic acts. You're not going to know who anybody is out there now. You're not going to know who they are in 10 years. What I'm saying is these are people who people know who they are. Do you know who Elton John is? That's that show we skipped because it was raining. Jim Steinman was the guy who wrote Meatloaf's songs.
All right,
Look
you
at
gotta.
these two old coots.
I don't got you on there yet.
What?
I know, because you.
No, I checked my Wi-Fi.
I know your Wi-Fi is fine, but if I don't sign, if I don't grab it right away, it
Yeah.
doesn't get it. So I got to be ready to grab
I got to
it.
get out and get in?
Get out and then get in. Yeah.
That's what she said.
I was
All
going to
right.
say that's what I said.
Now I
Oh,
got
were
it.
you?
Now I
Anywho.
got it.
All
Okay.
right. You got it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not watching the live stream,
He's
shame on
so
you guys.
aggressive.
To come between us. There ought to be a law.
Damn, those are some old ass
My
fingers.
name's Alan Tripp, and I'm a partner here with Marvin. We write music that you would have loved if you were alive back in 1940, and you can still love today.
I like how the dude has like practically bleeding butthole eyes because he's
Yes.
102, but he dyes his hair. Mm-hmm. I gotta look good for the
Yeah, man.
ladies.
Work on the eyes.
I'm Marvin Weisbord, and for the last 2 years we've been writing songs together. Collectively, we have 190 years between.
The last 2 years. So this guy turns 100 and goes, time for me to hook up with this young whippersnap over here. And
How
start.
old's the other dude?
88.
88.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Between us. Well, that's an average of 95, but some of us are much older than that, and some of us are much younger. I'm 88 years old. I consider myself really old. But when I am working with Alan, you make me feel so young. That's what writing songs with Alan has
Well,
done for me.
I'm 102 years old.
Yeah.
I stopped getting older 10 years ago. And I
Can I just
decided
be
to
honest,
get-
though?
That's how I want to be when I'm
102. He's amazing.
Yes, he sounds like a younger guy.
Yeah.
He's like he's still with it. He's lucid.
102, and
Yeah.
he is like usually when someone's 102, they're sitting in a chair that they've melted into,
Right.
And they're just kind of, huh?
Oh,
okay. This guy's with it. He's up and
This
moving.
is probably keeping him alive,
Yeah.
honestly.
These are basically you guys in 50 years.
Fine.
Just watched you say is all I'm
I
saying.
mean, Poundcake will be long dead, but other than that,
I said I like the guys.
Yeah.
Younger.
I mean, the
If you
butthole
feel
thing.
young.
Yeah, that was
thing is-
weird.
yeah.
I didn't.
Well, he does. He's got like these sunken red eyes.
Yeah.
And,
What
you
are
know,
red butthole eyes?
Look
it
at
up.
the video. Look at the
If your
go.
point of view is young and your mind is working, then you're lucky. The synergism between us is very simple. We admire the same people, the same songwriters, but at the same time, we're us. And the fact that we get along together so well is a miracle.
But why would you wait until you were 100 years old
they
to do
just
this?
met each other. He's just talking about their synergy.
Yeah, I know. but-
Synergism.
Synergism. Which, it's a little malaprop, but all right.
Yeah, he's 102. Let him have it.
I ought to kiss you, but baby, there's an issue.
And you know, the vocalist is probably like 67 years old, so
Right.
he's the whippersnap of the group.
Mm-hmm.
He's the Adam Levine of this
Singing
whole
this
outlet.
very modern song.
I just can't remember your name.
Well, he
Is this a song about Alzheimer's?
probably, yeah. He goes, this is the kind of stuff you'd like if you were around in the 40s. They're very open about it.
Met you at Maplewood Retirement Home.
The music goes back to the 1940s, to the kind of music you can hum and whistle and love. We combine that old music with a new point of view, and those are the songs that are in the new album that we now have called the Senior Songbook.
It would be weird to be playing instruments that are younger than you. This guy's got some rusty old saxophone. I guarantee it's not 100.
Invented yet? I don't think a lot of saxophones are like that old, are they?
This one, well, the saxophone was invented in like the 1800s, but I mean, this one looks pretty old. I bet it's still younger than 102 years old.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I'll be really annoyed if the 88-year-old dies before the 102-year-old.
Why?
The older guy's eulogizing him at the.
He's taller, so he probably will die.
I feel like the older guy should go first. Like, he's had a long life. Why you want to? Like, I'd just be pissed.
He's got it. He's taking care of himself though. For 102, he's in great shape.
He can butthole eyes apparently.
Yeah.
He can speak. Those don't really. Yeah. Those don't usually hit you till your 90s.
They're all dangly.
But he could at the guy's funeral. He'd be like, well, it was our synergism that everybody loves so much.
Also, are they doing a song about how elderly people get more STDs than younger people in old folks' homes?
I don't know.
I wish that's the song that I would listen to.
I feel like they need to rap that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lady that's in there.
Oh.
What I would call the classical era of popular music from the 1920s into the late 1950s and perhaps early 60s. What made these songs classic?
I feel like this is too much of a feel-good story for you to talk about.
That's why I'm starting the show with it, because by the end of the show,
Yeah, I don't think
I'll be
I
all.
think we should
This is.
support.
But although this is in direct reaction to people who have hit me up and said, you don't do enough material about centenarians who are writing songs. So there you go.
This
That's
is
just
like
a little.
the 55th minute of 60 Minutes.
That's just like CBS Sunday morning.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, they go from Gaffigan's monologue into this. Yeah, I understand. All right, I'm going to have Cavs tickets for you. Kyrie and the Nets are in town on Monday, so if you want to be there, we'll hook you up with a pair shortly. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere.
816-578-1007 to join us on the phone. 800-348-1007. And send me a text, 35192. One such text saying that the real question is whether or not ping pong is older than Dick Goddard.
I believe it is.
Yeah, it is. Something is. By quite a bit. Gwen's in today, sitting in for Mary.
Hi.
Who is back on Monday. It will also be Mary's 30th birthday on Monday.
What?
I know, I got to figure out something to do because she did a really nice thing for my birthday.
What'd she do for your birthday?
She surprised me with a box to Coheed and Cambria at the Agora. But she
Whoa.
tricked me because she made me think that I had a show that night. She's like, hey, we're going to do a show this Tuesday night.
That's super nice. You're never going to match that.
No, I don't need to because I've already done so many other nice things for her.
I don't believe that.
I've done...
Not for 1 second.
Absolutely, I have.
In a professional capacity.
Bill, I love you.
He's been a
but
booster.
I also think you're lying.
No. I've
Well, in a professional capacity.
No, not even in a professional
No,
capacity.
that's different.
In
It is?
For people who have friends, yes.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that.
In many ways, I have helped her financially at times, and I've done a lot of very nice things for Mary.
Thank you for not
Yeah,
listing them individually.
I can't.
Good.
There's too many of them. It
There's
would
too
take
many,
too long.
yeah.
We've only got a couple of hours
Because
left.
I don't do it so I can list them. I don't do things so I
There
can be
you
like,
go.
I'm such a good person.
So-
I just do them because I am a good person.
I wanted to let you know that a good friend of mine has been listening to the show on YouTube recently, and he was like, I want to hang out with Bill Squire. And don't worry, I assured him that he did not.
That seems rude.
That does seem rude. Boy.
It's a joke.
You think you'd say, you're goddamn right you
It's
do.
not the kind of jokes we make on this show.
Oh, it's... I gotta go.
The kind of jokes we make on this show are the kind, the kind that are guaranteed not to get much of a reaction. That's what we like to confine it to.
But Bill, you don't
People
like
might have
people.
a small little chuckle to themselves. They might have a snicker. We don't want to get anywhere near guffaw territory.
I don't
say
like
snicker.
I don't like groups.
Yeah.
I don't like groups. Like I don't. But it all depends too. He might be a guy I like. He might be a guy I don't. Is it a guy?
Yes.
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
like him.
Yeah.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. See.
And
That's
I was
fine.
kidding.
I know.
I didn't salt your
When am I
game.
hanging out with him? When's my play
He
date?
lives in Michigan. I don't know.
And yeah, so I'm sure at some point he'll come down.
He hasn't yet.
Okay.
It's been
All right.
10 years.
It's been 10 years. All right. Well, in that case.
He's the one getting
invitation
He's
and
the one getting
nobody's-
married in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Oh,
he is.
okay.
Yeah.
That'd be a perfect time to hang out with him.
There you go.
Oh, that
yeah.
would be.
Yeah.
Just hit him back and say, hey, invite Bill to the wedding.
I'll
and
be
then you
your-
guys can hang out.
I'll be your best man.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Don't
Best
even know
mate.
him, but
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bill could bring a +1, and then I can come.
nope.
Oh.
We've already been to Jamaica with y'all, and I don't think we need to do it again.
Wow.
But you didn't have a fabulous time last time?
No, I had a real good time.
It was very fun. Yeah, we need to go someplace else altogether.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Somewhere where a listener doesn't follow Poundcake.
Like White Oaks for dinner.
There you go. I want the rolls. Want the rolls.
No.
Listener will follow me there, for sure.
To the
To
White,
White
Oaks.
Oaks?
I think those two dudes that were playing those songs I was playing for you before the
Will be
break
there.
are going to be
The
one
servers,
table
yeah.
over. Yeah.
Pretty sure Eric and I had our New Year's Eve dinner there one year.
Yeah, I guess the
Did you drop the median age in that room by
We really
65
did.
years?
We were really loud, and the table told us, it told the waiter, and he was like, hey, can you guys pipe? He said, pipe down a bit. And I was like, that didn't come from you, sir, because you're all of 19, 21. That came from the table over there, didn't it? And he was like, I'm not supposed to say anything.
Yeah. Please pipe down.
Loud noises! Pipe down,
I
no
guess
problem.
the name around town is they refer to that as white folks instead of White Oaks.
No, honestly, I went to, that was the first time I've ever been to that restaurant, and I was, because it has the landscape there, and you
Yeah.
can see the deers running around, and as I'm staring at the landscape, this guy thinks I'm talking to his table, or looking at his table, and he's like, what do you think about your president, right after President Trump got elected? He was like, what do you think about your President Trump? And I'm like, hey, Eric, I'm coming back to the table. I just went back.
Who's doing the raping?
I've never been asked, just straight up, out of nowhere. He didn't know my name. He just saw that I was black, probably gay, and and he just asked me, "What do you think
I'm
about
black,
your president?"
and
Why
I'm
you just
gay.
tell him the truth though?
Because I'm trying to enjoy my dinner, not get it spat in.
You're like, look, son, I'm trying to enjoy these rolls, all right? This wedge salad. Get out of my face.
He was
in the
looking
minority.
out the window.
Yeah, I was looking out the window, and there was a lot of windows there. So I don't know why he took it upon himself to think that I was looking at his table.
Maybe he was doing a little market research.
Well,
maybe he was a Republican pollster who was doing a little bit of...
Maybe he thought you were a Republican because you were at white folks.
Yes. Maybe he thought you were there to infiltrate.
That's when I raise my hand and say, Blackie, at your service. But no, I'm not in with the president.
When do you raise your hand
Don't
and say,
ever say
Blackie, at your service?
He says it all the time.
Because I was the
Oh, Damon is not going to like that if he's listening today.
If I'm the only black person in the room, I'm just like, Blackie, at your service. Clearly, we had to have, like, affirmative action in this bitch. So here.
You know you're the only black person in this room, and you've never raised
Not
your
in that
hand and
room.
said, Blackie, at your... I don't mean physical room. I mean radio room.
Conversation.
Yeah. And you've never said, Blackie, at your service.
Pretty sure I said that when you interviewed me.
I would have a...
I walked in, said, Blackie, at your service, sat down, had my little pad.
Right, and I said, well, clearly Blackie does not refer to floss. So
you want me answer the phone, sir?
Jesus.
You are crossing the line. I ain't do that.
Well, you're the one that's saying Blackie at your service. And
Yes, I'm black. I didn't say I was a slave.
Well, you're acting silly.
At your service? What does that mean?
I could just work for Chick-fil-A. They don't know. I don't like that.
You could say, my pleasure. I think you'd get real tired of telling people my pleasure.
Oh, but the discounts would be
Because
so
you'd
worth
have
it.
to... Would it be worth it?
Oh, it'd be so worth
To
it.
what, get a quarter off a sandwich? Who cares about that?
You probably eat for free there.
I went to Chick-fil-A
Eat for
today.
free. Nobody eats for free anymore, do they? If you work at a place?
You work at a place, you get-
Really?
I'm
Some
sure
places.
Chipotle, they don't make you pay. You make your own
Why?
food, go sit down.
Yeah, maybe. I don't
You're
know.
there all day. And I'm sure people get sick of the food after a while. So they're like, eat there at your
I
discretion.
don't think
guess.
anybody was getting free food anymore. If you were working a fast food gig. Hey, Dick.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Dick, when you were a younger man, did you ever work in fast food?
Never did. I always worked in retail.
Oh, what was your first retail job as a young man?
You remember, you've heard of, the Macy's?
Yes.
It was Wright Humor Company then when I got out of college in, was 70.
1931?
I worked there at the service building at the warehouse.
But it wasn't Macy's, right? Was it like Dayton Hudson or something, or what was it
No,
then?
they called it Wright's, and
Okay.
the downtown store. We used to go. The employees and people. They had a nice little Christmas display down there.
Yeah. All right, well, where'd you go to college, Dick?
Where did I go to college? Miami Jacobs Junior College of Business.
Wow, that's a mouthful. And you studied
And
business?
I also I went to Wright State for about a quarter.
Yeah.
And it was a little hard. But
Man,
I
tuition has
went.
gone
I've
up.
gone to Sinclair for about I took about. Let's see. I have 130 credits. I've been in the credit for lifelong.
So,
learning.
so Dick, have you ever left the Dayton metropolitan area?
No.
Huh.
No.
He doesn't need to.
Doesn't need to. There's a world out there that's going on. He's still got some life ahead of him.
3 words.
Yeah.
Kettering
Hey, I wanted to tell you
Banjo
something.
Society.
Something cool, guys. Guess
Yeah,
what?
all right,
They
what?
elected me here.
Yeah.
What?
The new manager wants me to be Claus again this year and greet the people.
Aw, Santa Claus.
Oh, Santa
Dick.
Claus.
Santa Claus,
You have to be more specific on your clauses.
Got a good look for it.
Does
Uh-huh.
They want me.
You don't want to see him, right?
This is a rule we got
Yeah,
on
picture of him.
Sunday. If you're, a Cleveland fan, we got to wear either an Indians, a Browns, or a Cavaliers jersey, or we don't. They're not. They're going to send us home till we get one.
Oh, what a great way to take a day off.
Yeah, right?
Just
I
don't
would
wear
still
a
take a
jersey.
day off.
Hells yes.
I don't have
Wow.
any of those.
There you go.
That's pretty. Yeah, you know what else I wanted to tell you too is let's forget what Myles Garrett did. I think the Browns could win the next 2 or 3 games.
Well, they're going to kind of have to if they want to have any kind of,
Yeah, they're playing bad
anything to be
teams, too.
pleased about. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Alan, I just wanted to ask you. Poundcake took my number. Do I still get that prize?
What did Poundcake tell you?
He wanted my number. He said there was something. There was a prize or something I won.
Yeah. Is that what you're telling people, Poundcake?
I didn't tell him
Tell
that.
Dick won a prize? Don't you worry about it, Dick. It's going to be...
We have something in store.
I'm keeping it in a nice, safe place until I contact you, all right?
Well, that sounds good.
All right, just wait until I contact you.
I promise. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Dick.
Hey, have licky, 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 boom, doom, down. Licky, 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 boom, doom, down.
You two crazy kids getting into over there?
Showing her the picture of
Showed
me
me a
and Dick.
dick pic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You've never seen him before?
Never seen Bill's dick pic before.
He looks. Dick from Dayton looks exactly like you think he'd look.
I'll post it on my Instagram story if people want to see
You'd
it.
be real surprised. People who call every day, the one time I asked for their number, they're like, "What? What do you need my number for? What are you doing?" I'm like,
well, that's not surprising. I knew that they would have that reaction.
but like you call every day, and I ask you for one thing out of all the times you call.
Well, no, they call us.
Why
they don't
did you ask him for his number?
That's not important right now. Poundcake's doing a little project for me.
Oh. Is he at your service?
If he lets me call him Blackie.
Go ahead. We don't have HR here anymore. Someone have to report it.
There you go.
You don't have HR anymore?
No.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Not in-house. We used to. Now it's just corporate. So if somebody squeezes your thigh in-house, you got to run it up the corporate ladder. And boy, they're Johnny on the spot. So, no, there's nobody at the end of the hall anymore.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm Harry Richardson, HR. We called him HR. He had an office at the very end of the hall. He did some kind of legal work for us or something. Human resources is what you meant. No, we don't have that here anymore. Hey, a.k.a. Becky, hi.
Hey, Alan. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up?
Well, can I address your wife, Gwen?
Yes.
Yeah, she's right here.
Hi.
Kapuya! Kapuya! Hi, Gwen. I just wanted to let you know, I love it when you come into the radio station and you're online because the Q's laugh.
I need you know how to get on a track phone.
And I just wanted to tell you that I really love it when you were in the show.
Well, thank you.
Meep, morp, meep, meep, morp. Thank you, Becky.
Meep, morp, meep, morp, morp, meep. Earth boy.
Yeah, she kind of. Hello, Earth boy.
Hello, Earth boy. It's me, Short Circuit.
Meep, mop, morp.
Beep, bop, boop.
Beep, bop, boop. Beep, bop, boop.
Oh,
You know Jeff Garland has got an hour on Netflix?
Does he?
I love him. I love him.
It's called Your Man
so
in
much.
Chicago, and they barely talked about it. He was...
When did that come out?
Like a month ago?
Really?
Yeah, I don't even know. I forgot. I was reading an article. They were talking to him about the new season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't know if he was supposed to mention it or not, but that's how that info got out there, is he mentioned it in passing that January was going to be the next thing about Curb, but he was doing press for this Netflix hour of his that I didn't even know was a thing.
Well, that's pretty impressive.
And so if you like Jeff Garland, it is on Netflix.
I will check that out.
I like Jeff Garland.
He's a funny
He's
guy.
great. You know, we are constantly bombarded here in the showbiz world by people who do not like us, right? I get texts nonstop that I suck, that I'm not funny, whatever, right?
Sorry, I get bored.
I know, I understand. Trust me.
Sometimes I'll see him pick up his phone and go, oh.
I recognize
Oh,
the
no.
number.
Again?
But I like when people play, when they lean into it. WILX. I'm not quite sure where that is. I feel like it's Indianapolis television affiliate. No, I'm sorry. It's Lansing, Michigan. That's why it sounded familiar. Lansing, Jackson, Michigan. WILX is the NBC affiliate there. And their morning show wanted to respond to some viewer mail.
Good morning. It is 6 Thursday on this Thursday, November 21st. I want to also say a big good morning to David. He emails us almost every day. Emailed us 10 minutes ago and says, I'm watching you right now and you're terrible. So it was such a nice little message to get on my birthday on this November 21st.
On his birthday.
On his birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
So David, we are glad you start your morning with us.
Viewer, thank you, David.
Yeah,
we
he
really
emails us all
appreciate
the
'em.
time and says how
Keep
great
them
we
coming.
are.
We're going to publish a book soon, and
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a bestseller.
But they're all just one word.
Yeah, that's usually true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
Anyway, thanks. These small markets always have like a hot Cuban co-anchor, right? Because Lansing, one of those markets when you're either on your way up or you're on your way down.
Is this guy hot?
He didn't sound Cuban to me.
No, he was Desi Arnaz Jr., the third. Junior the third. That's probably not a thing, is it?
No.
No, but you get what I was trying to say. Yeah, no, we get messages all the time, like Facebook messages or texts or whatever.
Emails, they're all.
Emails, the whole thing. There was one woman who complained to her local television station about all the impeachment coverage. She went on their Facebook page and was very upset. I'm very upset that CBS is airing the hearings. I used to watch Kelly and Ryan, but now the hearings have altered my routine, and for days now, I've had to change the channel to Cozy TV and watch the A-Team. That doesn't sound like a bad thing at all. Have you been watching the impeachment hearings? No, I'm trying to see if B.A. Baracus is going to get out of a tight spot. What are you talking? Impeachment? What? No. I pity the fool who watches those impeachment hearings. Come on.
I think you guys should read your best email compliments.
Oh, I've kept all my...
Yeah, I know.
Not so much anymore, but I have that big binder of hate mail from
I know.
early in my career.
Most people just want to hang out with me. You know, that's how it goes.
Well, once they hear about the fireplace, the
Yeah.
bearskin rug, and the vinyl collection, and the Globe bar.
Oh, you have a Globe bar?
No,
Well, he's getting a custom job now.
I'm getting. Yeah, there's a guy that wants to make me a bar, but I was
A
just.
custom Globe bar?
No, it's not gonna be a Globe bar. It's gonna be mid-century modern kind of.
Cool.
Yeah.
A
But I
boomerang bar?
thought about doing the Globe bar thing. I
Yeah.
thought that would be fun, and then I mentioned that on the air, and this guy hit me up. He's like, "Hey, let me make you a bar," and I'm like, "Here's my budget." He's like, "Cool, we'll make something great."
So were you going to do the freestanding Globe bar or the Globe bar on top of a counter bar?
It was gonna be like a freestanding, like on wheels,
On a
and then it had like space for bottles underneath it, and then you could open up and put like glasses and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
It's all coming together over there.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, man.
Up there
Congrats.
on the 19th floor
They're
or whatever.
on the 9th.
Did you keep that pink bathroom?
It's pink. Yeah, I did not. In the 5 days that I've lived there, I did not renovate the bathroom yet.
Did you take a dump in there yet?
Yeah. What are you waiting for, Bill?
I mean,
You have a pink bathroom?
I painted the
Yeah.
tile in our bathroom before we moved in.
Okay.
So bring it.
Did you take a dump
That's
in the
fine.
bathroom yet?
Not that one. The other one. Because I put a bidet in the other one.
Oh, there's 2 bathrooms?
Yeah, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms.
So you put a bidet in, so it's not.
Well, that's lets you know where my priorities are.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
The stink, not the pink.
I walked right into that one.
You got to
Yes, you
take
did.
care of the important things. Mm-hmm. All right, but what will you eventually color that bathroom, Bill? Or will you keep it pink?
Keep it pink.
For the what?
Keep it pink.
Well, you say that like it's a
Pink
understood.
is like an
I mean,
old lady color.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like my guest bathroom, so I don't mind if it's pink.
Yeah, but you
and
can
also
make
I
it
got some
cool.
mint green towels to go in there.
Ooh,
So
like
that'll be the one that you
Spumoni.
that'll be the one that you send the ladies to over
Right,
there.
yeah.
Say, here you are. It's
Stay
it's
out
a
of
pink.
mine. Yeah.
You gals love pink.
Mm-hmm.
Kept it just for you.
I think it's cool.
Yeah, it's fine for now.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah.
You
I
sure
like
you
it.
don't want to rename your place Spumoni Tower
First
instead of
I think-
Squifle Tower?
I laughed at that, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what Spumoni is.
You don't know what Spumoni is?
Yeah, I don't even.
It's ice cream. It's like pink and green ice cream, right?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I know Dino Spumoni from Hey Arnold. That was the only way I knew that.
It's molded gelato, and it's got like pink and yellow sometimes, and I get.
I just laughed because everybody else is laughing, and I wanted
It's
Glenn
like,
to feel welcome.
Spumoni!
I thought that went over really well, and I was like, that's weird.
It's like, why is he laughing at an Italian dictator?
How often do Spumoni jokes land?
I'll tell you what. Around here, I learned the hard way.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Not often at all.
Yeah,
Why I stopped doing them.
It is very much Spumoni in my bathroom.
So how many times are you going to
We'll
say
call
that
this
now?
Spumoni room.
I was gonna say,
Oh, yeah.
and all the girls are like, "Oh wow, this is an interesting color set," and you're like, "Yeah, it's Spumoni, bitch."
It's Spumoni.
It's Spumoni, bitch. I know I brought you up to my apartment. And I'm trying to, have this be a romantic situation, but check out my Spumoni bathroom, you bitch.
I just learned what that was 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And now
I
it's
feel
all
like
up to
when
you.
you add in the "you," it makes it way more aggressive.
Yes, it does.
You bitch.
You bitch.
You bitch.
But what are the flavors in Spumoni? That's the real
Think
question.
of RuPaul. You better work. You
Work that
bitch.
Spumoni. What are the Spumoni flavors? The colors.
It's
the flavors.
pistachio and strawberry.
Cherry, yeah.
Cherry.
And then vanilla or chocolate.
Oh, the maraschino cherries.
Something like that, yeah. Pistachio.
Yep. Maraschino.
This tastes just like pistachios.
I like a good pistachio pistachio nut gelato.
Anyway, here's my bathroom, bitch. You get to it. This is the one without the bidet. You're welcome.
Bathroom, bitch.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a break, and I'll have those Cavaliers tickets for you. The Nets are in town on Monday night, and we'll put you there at the Romo Fijo. 35192 if you want to text for anything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
You get rock, talk, and
the love of Cox.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Text me. 5 o'clock this afternoon will be your very last trip to win. To go to the Forum in L.A. That's Los Angeles, not Louisiana. I want to make sure that I'm very clear that it's initials, not a state abbreviation. If there was any confusion. January 18th is going to be our 3rd annual sold-out Alter Ego Festival. Well, it's called the Alter Ego Festival. It happens to be sold out. It's going to be Billie Eilish and the Black Keys and Blink-182. And we've been giving away trips because the thing sells out very quickly. So we've been sending people, hooking you up. And there is one last trip. So that will be 5 o'clock this afternoon. Gwen's here sitting in for Mary today.
Hi.
Hi. And Mary will be back on Monday. We are only here Monday and Tuesday of next week. And then, of course, it's the Thanksgiving holiday. And then when we return, I hope that I will have all of the information nailed down for you for the Alan Cox Show 10th Anniversary Special, which is going to be on Monday, December the 16th. 10 years to the day that I began here on WMMS. Who'd have thunk it?
Not
and that
me.
will be and that will be our last
saying
Sorry,
that when you moved to Cleveland with Alan, you didn't think you'd be here 10 years later?
No, I was told 2 years, we're gone.
Yeah.
And then he signed another 2-year contract. 2 years, and we're gone.
Yeah.
And
No,
here we
you
are.
never know. You got to start to, when you're married in this biz, you have to manage people's expectations. And so I had no expectation whatsoever that the show would be so goddamn successful, Bill. I mean, I should have known because it's been successful everywhere else I've worked. Not to toot my own horn.
Toot, toot.
But beep, beep. But you never know. Every place is a little bit different, and things don't always go according to plan. And, yeah, when I first came here, I signed a 2-year deal. And I think I probably said 2 years, and then we'll go somewhere else.
Oh, I guarantee you said it.
Yeah.
He is a liar.
He's such a liar.
It's one of the segments from the other day. What was he lying about the other day, Poundcake? This is the last segment that we had.
Was I what?
Hell if I know.
What was I lying about the other day?
Big shooters or something like that? Was he lying about that?
My full condoms?
No.
Oh,
ew. Sorry, Gwen, but we talk about things.
Hold on.
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
It was something very important.
I was like, don't try to pull that card because I don't remember what we talked about.
I don't
last
either.
segment.
No, I don't either.
Sorry.
Spumoni, bitch.
Right. What's Spumoni again?
Spumoni.
Not Dino Spumoni.
Spumoni is ice cream. It's like, you know what Neapolitan ice cream is? It's like a version of that.
I know. I was
oh, okay. It was
joking.
Sorry.
Tee-hee.
Tee-hee. Yeah, all right. Carnegie Mellon University. While you look for that, Bill, here's something that is not a lie. Carnegie Mellon University has... What is going on?
There's an ad on it. So
okay.
That's not me.
Has created a trash-talking robot. They were trying to see... Now, they're keeping it G-rated, obviously. But they wanted to see how people would react. If you play a lot of video games against kids... they will call you 1,000 different names. You got the headset on, you got the microphone. If you're playing Call of Duty or something, there's other kids on there. If you're playing like Xbox Live or something, everybody knows kids will tear you a new one. They're cursing all the time, whatever. These damn kids.
It sounds so fun.
And their salty language. And so they wanted to figure out if someone's gameplay was adversely affected by someone trash talking, or if some people were so used to it that it wouldn't have any effect whatsoever. And they determined that even if a robot is trash-talking you, this one they created, it does diminish someone's success playing that game. I don't know who gets paid to do these studies. I don't know who gets these kinds of grants and from whence they come. But this is what they do. Carnegie Mellon, of course, is that rare school that is renowned for science and the arts. Usually it's one or the other. But it's a very, very prestigious school for robotics. It's why Google and Uber have headquarters in or offices in Pittsburgh.
So you mean to tell me
because of CMU? What?
That soon this school will be single-handedly responsible for like RuPaul's drag bots where they're like serving insults in wigs and makeup.
I assume,
right?
I assume,
brunch.
I assume the applications are endless. The potential.
Who wants to play video games with children?
You don't want to, but that's who's playing video games.
Quit calling me a bitch, Ryan, and go do your homework.
Yeah, well,
Eat your spumoni.
Eat your spumoni, bitch.
You want to know what you were lying about?
What was I lying about?
Yeah, I want to know.
How'd you find it that quick?
I didn't have it.
You had to commit it to memory.
I do.
down
No. I do the playlist every day, so I cut every segment into its own segment. And I just went through and I titled this one "Alan the Liar." And it was
okay. So you do write it down.
Yeah.
That's how I found it.
It's not unprecedented.
So I went and found it, and it was about the building that was not 100 years old.
Oh,
because you said it was in 1919, and then it wasn't, and so we were just.
But wasn't it 1927?
Yeah, but not 100 years, Alan. You said it's 100 years old,
Still.
and that is why you're a liar.
I'm so sorry. You are right, though. Technically,
Yeah.
I was not just ignorant. I was actively lying about the age of that building. What building were we talking about, by the way?
I didn't get to that part.
You didn't get to that part.
I just remember we were talking.
As soon as I heard those untruths coming out of your mouth, I shut down. You son of a bitch.
I think it was a Chicago building or something. I don't
All
know.
right. Well, another AC fail on trying to accurately determine the construction date of centuries-old buildings.
So what's this?
Trash-talking robot at
Trash
Carnegie
talking?
Mellon
Okay.
University. Yeah.
Your
So
bot
is this
has
for like
no
a-
edges.
Is it for?
Like that's how they're gonna start insulting people.
Well, yeah.
Is it like for like? Is it like a domination bot?
No,
for like
it's
sex?
they programmed Yo Mama jokes into it, so it's super
Oh.
lame. But they wanted to see if, when they integrated it into people playing video games, if any amount
Yo
of
Mama
trash
was
talk.
Adele.
If
Adele.
DELL.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is the worst insult? Your mama was Adele the singer or Adele the computer? Because isn't Dell Computer, isn't that a defunct computer company?
I think so.
Yeah.
That was the joke.
Yo
Okay.
Mama invested in Gateway.
What are the ones that came in the cow boxes?
That's a Gateway.
Yeah,
Gateway, yeah. I guess Dell is still around.
Oh, okay.
Michael Dell is a very, very rich man.
I think I have a Dell in my office, actually.
Oh, yeah?
Gotta get a Dell.
Don't have an Acer?
I don't know what it is.
Anywho, trash talking robot. Ready? It's gonna blow your hair
No,
back.
I'm not, but
Okay.
let's do it anyway.
Do you need a second to get prepared for it?
I don't know how one prepares.
Your mama is so fat. The back of her neck looks like a pack of hot dogs.
Okay, now is that anything that's gonna get you all upset?
But these are that's not like it's not coming up with its own insults. It's just reading stock Yo Mama jokes.
Don't know how they programmed it, but it seems
Why
to
do
me.
they gotta fat shame your moms? Listen, women's bodies change after childbirth.
Well,
that is
I
true,
know.
isn't it? That is true.
I did not have
Very,
a
very-
hot dog neck until you were born.
Yeah, this is very inappropriate.
But you don't have a hot dog neck.
I'm
We
not
have a
talking
child.
about me. I'm just
Oh.
saying.
But Yo Mama
Fat
jokes.
redistribution after childbirth is a thing,
Yo-
and you should
and
give
so-
people a break.
And so are Yo Mama jokes.
No, leave
Yes.
Yo Mama's out of it.
Yo Mama jokes are
Ryan.
as old as childbirth
Moms,
itself.
yeah.
As moms, yes.
Canceled
No, not.
by me right now.
You're canceling this
I
robot.
don't-
Your mama is so fat.
I don't have
Even
dough.
her shadow has stretch marks.
All right, your mom is so fat even her shadow has stretch marks. Don't like that one either?
I like it.
All right.
Your mama is so fat. At the city zoo, the elephants started throwing peanuts at her.
Okay, anything along those lines? His cadence is spot on, too. Boy, they're doing great work over there at CMU. It's a city zoo. The peanuts.
Your mama is so fat. When she played hide and seek, she hid behind the Costco. Your mama.
She hid behind
These are
the
some weak
Costco.
Is that sponsored content?
Costco's so big that she had to
Oh,
hide
that's
behind.
what
He
they
didn't
mean.
even structure it well.
That's what they mean.
How
That
about your
Costco's
daddy's
so
so
big.
fat because he let himself go?
There is no such thing as Yo Daddy jokes.
There should be.
Because of the patriarchy.
Woo!
Mama is
Still
so
got it.
fat. The horse on her polo shirt is real.
All right, that's something. That's a little something.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, would you feel better if they called this the Carnegie Mellon University Fat Distribution Joke-Telling Robot?
No.
Robot? You wouldn't like that?
Your mama is so fat. She can lie down and stand up, and her height does not change. Boy, is she fat.
Robots!
Robot.
Boy, is she fat.
Do you want to write some robot mom jokes? Make fun of
No.
this robot's mom?
No, she
No?
doesn't want to.
You
She
don't
doesn't
wanna
want to even
retaliate?
fat shame a machine.
I don't want to fat shame moms.
You don't have to fat shame. You can come up with
Your mama's so
like
fat?
stupid.
You can
or-
ugly shame, you can
Yeah,
hair shame, you can dress
exactly.
shame.
I can't do it to your mama. I am
To-
not.
not even to a robot mom?
Woman on woman crime is not interesting.
Here's the thing: crime. Come on. When did jokes become criminal? It's enough of that libtard PC culture.
Imagine,
Thank you very
Gwen,
much.
you're insulting the mother that is the mother of the daughter that pushed Nora down in the playground.
Nobody's pushing my kid.
Exactly. So now give it to her.
Well, I'm not going to tell her she's fat.
What if she is fat though?
Well, she knows.
What if she's
all
got
know.
a duty tooth?
What's a duty tooth?
I had a bunch of people text me asking me that too.
A brown-colored tooth.
Who said a duty
Bill,
tooth?
the girl with the duty tooth.
Well, Poundcake was talking about. We were talking about people that are like hot, and then their significant other is not quite as hot as them, or just not attractive.
I said it's always a raggedy bitch coming up with like a dead tooth and one dead tooth in their mouth, and Bill was like,
he called it a crap stained tooth, and I called it a duty tooth.
Yeah, so that was a nickname for it.
Yeah.
You
It's
watch
got a
the
nice.
clip-
It's got a nice ring to
Yeah.
it. Duty tooth.
You can watch the clip on the Alan Cox Show Facebook fan page or at Bill Squire on Instagram.
Mm-hmm. Either one of those. Yeah.
It made us giggle quite a bit.
But there will be no bodily mass redistribution humor on the website.
No, you guys go right ahead.
We will. Oh, yo mama. Listen, this is when the robots come to replace us. That's what you're up for. Rather than castigating the people who put this together, maybe you should look into the future and say, oh, this is what we'll have to contend with. This is the future of comedy. Artificial intelligent comedy.
Do you want to hear some of my old
Yo Mama jokes?
Yeah, sure.
That I used to do a bit about this that were just more cutting, not as silly.
Oh.
Like, your mama's so fat, which is why she got diabetes.
Yeah, see, it's trying to be helpful and
Yeah.
instructive.
Yeah. Your mama,
Observant.
Your mama's so ugly, which is probably why your father left.
Now, is that
Mama's-
still fat shaming?
Yeah. No, that one's not. That one's
He
ugly
didn't say
shaming.
fat.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Huh?
He didn't say fat.
But they're all kind of under the rubric of fat, right? Ugly, fat. I mean,
appearance based. This one's about intelligence. Your mama's
She was
so
ugly but
dumb.
super skinny?
Shaming.
Yeah.
It's still shaming.
Well, this one, your mama's so dumb that she drank while she was pregnant with your little brother, and that's why he got fetal alcohol syndrome.
Right. A plus B equals C.
the transitive property. Yo mama is so ugly, she tried to compete in an ugly contest, and they said, sorry, no professionals.
They don't have ugly people contests.
It's a real weird time.
Yo mama's so fat that when she got on the scale, it said, I need your weight, not your phone number.
What about your mama's so fat that she gives the most squishy, warm, delicious hugs? Because she's fat.
From anywhere in
And
the
that's
room.
not shaming.
Yeah.
No!
And then suffocated her own child.
Leave us alone!
All right, well, we will. Uh-huh.
Yo mama's so bad at being a mom that she overshares, she's too protective, and all around just kind of like hovering so the kid can't develop into a person on their own. How's that for a yo mama joke?
I'll tell you what, it flows really, really well. It's expertly written.
Yeah.
Editing is your best friend,
No,
really.
I like it.
Your mama's so stupid, she put quarters in her ears and thought she was listening to 50 Cent.
Did you Google that? That's horrible.
What, you think I'm coming up with these myself?
No, of course
Mine
not.
were. My bad jokes I came up with on my own.
Yeah. His are all his. Yeah. Although I do like that there, when you Google mama jokes, there is a Wikipedia entry for maternal insult. I like that.
Maternal insult.
Yeah. It's a reference to a person's mother through the uses of phrases such as your mother or other regional variants.
Yo mama. Your mother.
Playing the dozens. That's what they called it back in the day.
Yep.
The dozens. All right, well, I see that everyone has planted their flag in across, I might add, entirely predictable lines. But I don't know what to tell you. Who knew that you were so anti-Yo Mama jokes. You know, there's a dearth of them at Casa Cox, and so I guess this has never come up. But who knew?
There's a dearth.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna antagonize foul-mouthed people on video games, why would you go to Your Mama jokes?
Well, they're doing that because they can't replicate what kids really say on their headset, like the N-word and the F-word, and they can't. They're not going to program a robot to ratchet up to what.
It just, I don't know. It just seems like an odd path for the robot to go down.
Well, I think they were trying to keep it. This robot, by the way, not self-aware. It's a creation of these robotics people.
I'm
so
not talking really just about the robot. I'm talking about the
programmers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, they wanted to keep it PG-13, I guess. Robot. Alan, Yo Mama's so dumb she thinks judo is how you make bagels. Your mama's so fat she eats wheat thicks.
That's really funny.
Hey, it's so dumb.
Wheat thicks.
Right. Your mother's so fat, we are all really concerned about her, Kevin. So, that's along those lines. That's right. Your mother's so ugly that whenever she walks by a bathroom, the toilet flushes.
Toilets don't flush just because there's poop around. You have to.
You can't poop in the sink and have the toilet flush.
Yeah, right. Do you have a toilet that just senses poop and goes, ah,
hey, that belongs in here, not out there. Come on, I got pink walls, blue towels. It's Spumoni in here, man.
We need a Venus poop trap where when you just drop it and it just grabs it and pulls it down. How cool would that be?
Yeah, other than I feel like toilets work pretty well as they have been constructed.
I don't like
feel
the
like
idea.
it's a modern marvel the way toilets work.
I don't like the idea of a toilet that eats the poop out of my butt.
No, you just poop and then it just drops out and just grabs it and yanks it down. So there's no flushing required.
What's wrong with gravity?
It's just a sensor that, once you poop.
Can you poop anywhere or you have to poop on the sensor?
It's like a drone?
No, it's like if it goes past a certain point in the toilet, the toilet will automatically, there should be no water involved. It just drops down a hole.
What if you got more than one log?
I feel like gravity does a really good job with that whole thing,
I don't like you are not getting the funds on Shark Tank for this project.
No, that's going to be a no from me, dog.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be energy efficient.
Alan, I agree with Gwen. Yo Mama jokes are old and have been done countless times. Just like Yo Mama. All right, see? Setting you up.
Funny. That's funny.
All right. It is to laugh. I got Black Crowes tickets for you later on. They have kissed and made up, the Robinson Brothers, and they're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Shake Your Moneymaker, so they're going to play Blossom as part of that tour next summer. You'll have to wait till August 18th, but I'll get you that tickets shortly. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. An iHeart radio station.
Two 216-578-1007. You'd like to join us or 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. A variety of video pieces there for you. You can watch the show now. The live stream is there. You can listen from anywhere throughout North America on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that from out of state, let me know where you are. I'll put you on the map of Bureau Chiefs. Also at the show site, Dude Farts on Airport Intercom. Do not underestimate the inherent hilarity in that. And the Tesla truck super glass test, which was, I would say, an embarrassing moment for Elon Musk. I can't get a vibe on, because I really don't pay that close attention to what happens with Tesla. Mm-hmm. And Elon Musk, I feel like, other than having a great supervillain name, I don't really care that much about him either. But I can't figure out if the guy is, if you're supposed to believe the hype on Elon Musk or not. Because half the time you're like, oh my God, this guy's done so many things. And then the other half of the time you're like, this guy's just got a lot of money and he's dicking around. They keep talking about that Hyperloop that they want to do, the Elon Musk thing. They want to do one out west. They're spending a lot of money on studying Hyperloop possibilities for a Cleveland to Chicago route.
Yeah, I went to the announcement of that.
Yeah.
They got a grant and there's a whole
But it's still in the studying process, right? They're studying how feasible it would be. They're like, we could maybe get something going in 2025.
I think it was probably a grant for the study. Maybe.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's cool.
But for people who are certainly interested in something like that, I wouldn't mind being on the train for 30 minutes to go see my family. That wouldn't be bad at all.
What if it just made everybody puke? It's so fast.
It's so fast. But would you be willing
yes,
to puke for that trip, though?
So, but it's not a trip. Like, it's supposed to be considering, like, you could commute to your job in Chicago and live in Cleveland. But do you have to puke there and back?
Well, you just don't eat breakfast.
I mean, think how skinny I'd be.
Right.
But also think of that. But if Hyperloops became,
but it would smell so bad in there.
No, they would come up with a system that would keep the puke, like Poundcake's poop-eating toilet that just comes and grabs it from your butt. Who
pukes out their butt?
Well, I'm saying there would be a system in place that kept the puke very contained.
It would still smell.
It wouldn't get smelly.
I feel like before all of that happened, they would come up with some kind of pill you could take that would probably...
You don't think there'd be a puke-eating machine before?
Hey, he's Elon Musk. I can't tell if he's a madman or a genius. Sometimes the line between the two is papyrus thin.
You want to go to Chicago? No, I've eaten in the past 3 hours.
Right, and then they could just use that puke to make Impossible burgers.
I'd love to come see him, Mom, but I don't want to crap myself
Taco
on the way.
Bell Impossible Taco.
Yeah.
So the video of the Tesla,
to keep down.
the video of the Tesla truck super glass, which was
pull it up on the
supposed to be unbreakable.
Yeah, it's they're building up this weird looking truck, and they're saying the glass is unbreakable, and they have this metal ball. It's like you can throw this at it and it won't break.
First of all, I think it's a really ugly truck.
You don't like it?
No, it looks like something that they had in RoboCop. It looks cheesy. I know it's supposed to look futuristic.
It looks very futuristic.
Right, but it's too angular. I don't know. I think it looks cheesy.
That looks super dumb.
I think so.
Your laugh is everything. It looks super dumb, bro. That's the worst insult anyone could ever have.
So you're saying that I shouldn't have pre-ordered one?
For $39,000?
I pre-ordered.
Okay, so here's the glass test.
Has a sledgehammer. Sure? Yeah. It's really hard. Oh my God. Well, it's really hard. Maybe that was a little too hard. Sure. Really hard.
How have they not done test after test after test?
I don't know, but it's so funny.
A ball at it and it broke.
It's a metal ball, though.
So what?
And it's so funny. And then there's another video.
This is the demo for the super glass.
Right.
It's like when
make sure it doesn't break. Don't use a real metal ball or something.
And it broke twice.
Yes.
Like, it's not like it withstood the ball.
And then they
but
had
not
to do the rest of the demonstration
with the busted out
with the
windows.
busted windows there.
Oh, God, that's funny.
But anyway,
it's like when Tim Cook goes out and the demo doesn't boot up on the screen.
Right.
Here's our brand new thing that we're going to charge you ungodly amounts of money for. Yeah.
I did pre-order one.
You pre-ordered a truck, a Tesla truck?
How much did you have to put down?
Good for you.
$100.
Ooh.
And that's fully
money
refundable.
bags.
Due today, $100. The Cybertruck single motor is $39.9. Dual motor is $49.9.
I got that one because I wanted
You didn't want
all-wheel
the
drive.
tri-motor? How many goddamn motors? If they sell you a tri-motor model, how puttering around are you going to be on a single motor? And then
they're all pretty good.
You can add self-driving for $7,000.
Yeah, I had to throw that in, of course.
Do they have glass repair that you can order for this?
To
I think they'll figure it out by then.
Safely. Fully refundable.
Okay, now you can't throw
Production-
balls at this one either.
So you gave them your $100 for this?
Yeah,
Why?
because I want one.
Why?
Because I think they're cool looking.
It's fully refundable.
And it's fully refundable.
You'll be able to complete your configuration as production nears in late 2021.
Well, then why would you even give them $100?
Because I still want one. I really actually think it's a cool truck. I like it.
It says 0 to 60 in 6.5 seconds. That doesn't sound the fastest thing that I've ever heard before,
Well,
right?
it's pretty fast for a truck.
In 6 minutes and 5 seconds.
6 minutes and 5 seconds. In just 6 minutes and 5 seconds, you'll be up to highway speeds.
But it looks like a car. I know it is a truck, but it looks like a car.
It looks like nothing. No.
Where do you put things in it?
It's got...
Does it have a bed?
Yeah, it's got a bed. Like
it does?
That glass thing comes down and you can put it in the bed. Yeah.
And then anything you
all
put
right.
on it will break.
Hope
It's
it doesn't
glass
rain.
bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, my truck came! All right. Well, there it is.
I don't know if I'd be able to have that truck in my building, though, because you have to get, like, the charging station, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So I
Tesla.
don't know how that all works.
I see a lot of Teslas, and I think they look really cool. But again, I'm just not sure if they're worth the hype.
How long does it take to charge one?
I don't think it takes long. But
4
like
days.
Rover has one, and I heard him talking about how the inside is super chintzy.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
really?
plastic.
And I'm
not-
like, man, if I'm paying that kind of money and you're trying to impress me on some car, because I used to drive a Volt. I drove a Chevy Volt for a while, but that's like a hybrid car, so you could plug it in, but then you could, the
Switch the
gas
gas
would
too,
get you.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And I liked it a lot, but Tesla, and there's obviously it's years down the road, and there's a lot of fully electric vehicles. But if you're spending that kind of money on an electric car, man, the interior better be cool. It better look awesome. Not be like tink, 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 you know. I don't want that.
I'm going to get an electric Volkswagen bus when they come out.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah, supposedly. I don't know. It's on the internet, so who knows?
Have
the
you
glass is
put down
pretty
your down
strong.
payment? 'Cause I put down my down payment.
$100? No.
Yes, I put down my down payment of $100.
For something by the end of 2 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like to be prepared. You got to think of the future.
Think of how much money you could have made off that $100 in 2 years.
And how do
Like-
you make money off
like
of that?
14 cents.
Just
Interest.
keeping it in my savings account? You want me to put another $100 in my savings account and we'll see?
Why do you have so many hundreds of dollars laying around?
How many
For
hundreds do you have?
distribution?
Wow.
I got tens of hundreds
Tens
of dollars.
of hundreds of dollars.
Yeah. Listen. Hey, Mazel Tov, man. I mean, if you got your C-Note in on the Tesla Cybertruck, I like how they say, this is fully refundable, which makes you think, if I decide I want my money back, I can get it. More than likely, they're going to be giving a lot of people their $100 back, going, oh, this thing's way behind production. It ain't coming anywhere near.
Is a C-Note $100?
It is.
What does it stand for?
Can't say it on the radio.
Really?
Yeah.
No. A C-Note stands for a century note.
Oh,
I just made that up. But
Oh.
I really sold it, didn't I?
I don't know. It makes sense.
You know, a sawbuck is
So it's not a see you next Tuesday note?
not that I know of. No. No, I don't think so.
Such an obvious parallel.
Well, it's even simpler and dumber than that. The Roman numeral for 100
Oh, it's a C.
is a C.
No, look at us all learn things together.
Hi-oh! Although now that it's been said out loud, I love See You Next Tuesday note. And I wish that were a thing. And
See You Note Tuesday.
A sawbuck is, you know what a sawbuck is? That's $10. I don't know if anybody uses that anymore. They go, hey, give me a sawbuck,
people
see?
do all the time.
All the time, don't they?
Yeah.
And you go, sawhorse? No, sawbuck. Sawhorses cost more than that.
I just got cash back at a Target because I needed some cash after I made a purchase. And they go, do you want that in sawbucks or 20?
I say, how many Finskis do you got back there? You got change for a Fin? Fin gets you in, all right? It's a $5. Nobody says Finsky anymore either? Hey, give me a Fin. No? 2 fins is a sawbuck. 10 sawbucks. See you next Tuesday, no. That's how it plays out. I like it a lot. Poundcake, did you see, are you going to take your mom to Charlie Wilson? Did you see he added a second show? Isn't your mom a big Charlie Wilson fan? Second show, Poundcake. Hey, did you see that they added a second show?
I'm trying to see if I can take her for Christmas.
Hey, did you see that they added a second show for Charlie Wilson?
Yes, I saw.
They're on sale today. This is the guy from the Gap Band, or who is he?
I don't know. I just know, hey, girl, how you doing? My name is Charlie. Last name Wilson.
Yeah, right.
That's all I know.
And that song had got him a second show. People are coming out for Charlie Wilson.
He's really
January
big.
18th out at MGM Northfield Park.
There's a lot of R&B artists that sell, and he's one of them.
I guess so. But he's got to have more than that one hit.
Yeah, I mean, he does. I just don't know. My mom...
The one where he introduces himself?
Yeah. I was wondering if I can take you out, show you a good time, invite you to my house.
Yeah, he was the lead vocal. Yeah, he was the Gap Band. Charlie, last name Wilson, middle name Cyrus. Anything else you want to know about me?
Social Security number.
92632.
I'm on WIC.
Hey, he's got shelves of hats and watches, and he's flossing, boy.
It sounds like R. Kelly trapped in the closet.
Yeah.
My name is Charlie.
I heard.
Could you help me?
I was getting gas on my way to work today, and there was a lady that was jamming out to remix to Ignition.
That's a
I know, and it's one of those songs where you hear it, and you go, oh, and then you go, oh.
No, man, I love listening to R. Kelly more so now than ever because all his songs, like when I stream on YouTube, they have no commercials. No one wants to be affiliated with them, so I can listen to them back to back to back to back to back.
It's commercial free. That's
Everything's
funny.
commercial free. All the chapters of Trapped in the Closet, Ignition, Same Girl, all of them, no commercials. So I'm not saying that's an incentive for you to listen, but.
Wow. He can't even get ground floor advertisers like cocoa butter or anything like that. Wow.
I didn't see one commercial. I had to listen to probably about an hour and a half. I was showering.
Not even Trojan condoms?
Nothing.
Or...
Nothing.
How do I know if I'm pregnan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Yeah.
Pregnant.
That's his least successful song. How do I know if I'm pregnant?
Do you guys still listen to Michael Jackson music?
I just never did that much.
Yeah, I don't really listen
but
to
like
a
if it's
lot.
on, do you jam to it?
When is it on? I don't ever hear it on.
Well, some of us have to go to Target a lot.
I mean,
I don't know.
well, what am I going to do if it's on in Target? Run out screaming?
Do you sing? Like if you hear it, like if you're standing in line at the grocery store, or if you're, I don't know.
No. I mean, if I hear,
I think I heard it last time when I was in the waiting room getting my oil changed. Like they had a.
No.
I think I heard it at Kohl's the other day.
Yeah.
And I still bopped my head to it.
Do you?
Because it's
what
still
song?
a good song.
Want to be starting something?
I think it was Billie Jean.
Was it PYT? Because
PYT
that's
is
not
a great
creepy.
song.
Let me ask you this though: in all
Good
of the
song, though.
It's about little boys.
But in all the conversations we've had,
Why is it about a girl?
And why would it be about little boys?
Because I don't want it to be about little boys. I want it to be about a young girl that is of age, but still young.
Oh, weird, because it's not.
let me ask you this: can you enjoy unfettered and not guilty, can you enjoy Michael Jackson's pre-molestation music? With all the conversations people have about canceling him wholesale, can't you make a case for, well, I'll listen to the stuff. I'll listen to Off the Wall. I'll listen to the stuff before he was looking
Rock
at little
With You?
beeholes.
Yeah, I could. I mean,
Don't Stop Till You Get Enough.
I like those songs more anyway.
I agree.
So I'd probably say yes.
I don't know.
Because when did he start? Thriller? Was it post-Thriller?
Bad, probably.
Bad. Now I get it.
These Charlie Wilson tickets are expensive.
Take her to a screening of Charlie Wilson's
Are you
War
shopping?
and not tell her. Philip Seymour Hoffman, Tom Hanks.
I wanted to see how much the tickets were because, I mean, if she wants to go, this is about to be her Christmas present. So I would rather get them now because I already screwed up on the Derek Huff situation. So I'm not trying to do the same thing and wait till the last minute.
Who's Derek Huff?
Exactly. He was on Dancing with the Stars. He was touring here. My mom wanted tickets. I thought I could get them from the station. They didn't have them. And so I just kind of like...
He was touring like he was just dancing in front of
Yeah,
people?
like a dance show, yes. And
Wow.
my mom wanted to go, and I didn't get her tickets, and she's never going to let me forget
She
it.
wanted to watch Derek Huff gyrate.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anytime I hear Michael Jackson,
You think
Did
about
you
it.
watch the
I
documentary?
watched the first half of it, and I couldn't keep watching it because it's very upsetting.
I don't believe it. I don't believe none of it.
Yes, you do. You're doing shtick.
Did you
believe
watch
it.
the documentary?
Okay, so...
He believes
Yes
it.
or no question?
I watched the documentary.
Okay.
I watched the documentary.
Okay.
The whole thing.
I didn't because, frankly, I didn't want to see it.
No,
I did
it's-
not want to see these
No.
kids, grown men now, but what?
Nothing.
But you can't enjoy the music still? Like, you
No.
can't enjoy... But, like, his body of work is still a great body of work.
His body was doing lots of work it should not have been doing.
People make... I'm not even going to say it. Let me stop.
No, keep going.
Nope, never mind.
Keep talking.
No.
Listen,
Speak
go
your
ahead.
case.
You have made your position clear. You separate the art
Artist-
from the animal,
yes.
and yeah,
There are people...
not everybody can do that.
And I'm not comparing him to Hitler, but, like, people have bought, like, Hitler's art pieces. And so I don't understand that
Who
mindset
has
either.
purchased Hitler's art?
People have bought them, and they think...
And then they
like,
get arrested, or it gets taken, or they don't buy it in Germany or Austria. A lot of Hitler art floating around the United States.
I don't know, but I saw, like, there was some article talking about, like, oh, well, Hitler was a great artist, and somebody has
No,
it in-
Hitler was a failed artist,
Artist.
which is why he became the Hitler that we all...
John Wayne Gacy was also an artist.
Yeah. A lot of failed artists become megalomaniacs.
And Michael Jackson wasn't a failed artist.
Well, that's why you can't compare him to Hitler.
Well, listen, I'm not saying everyone should not listen to Michael Jackson. I'm just saying that I
don't,
can't
yeah.
hear it now without equating it to...
Little boys' beeholes.
I mean, I wasn't going there, but...
I'm just really pissed I can't hear his... I'm pissed I can't hear his music without commercials. He still has commercials on his.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
It's going to be your turn tonight.
Yeah, somebody texted me, your daddy's so stupid he talks about beeholes on the radio. There's one, sure.
That kid is pretty great.
Oh, boy.
She's very sharp.
She's so smart.
Very smart. Very funny.
I love how she says the full penises, but not beeholes. Like, she wouldn't say butt.
No, you guys literally probably said beeholes.
Oh.
Yeah, she was quoting you. Because we were in the car, and we were driving home.
Is
and
she
we were
listening
listening
right now?
to you guys. I don't think so.
Okay.
And you were talking about beeholes and penises. And she's like, why are they talking about that? And I said, ask Dad when he comes home.
Why'd you say yabos?
I was talking
Again.
about something.
Oh, she said.
What did you hear?
Gangbang.
Yabos.
Gwen texts me, your daughter just heard gangbang. I was like, all right.
Turn the show off.
I'm trying to pay the bills here. What do you want me to do?
You didn't used to listen to the show.
Well, I literally am in the car for like 10 minutes with her when I pick her up from my mom's and we drive home. That's it. And
Just turn over to the lake and listen to Michael Jackson.
you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. She thinks it's cool to hear him on the radio,
It is
but it's
cool.
a double-edged sword.
Yeah.
She likes you more, though.
Kids are just so cool and innocent.
Obviously.
I love you the best in the whole world, Mom.
Mm-hmm.
So I get her back.
You should play my song again.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's your song. And it was for Mother's Day, and it would be very incongruous. All right, I've got a break.
That's a big word.
Here's a text. PYT is about a girl, you dunce. All evidence to the contrary. What possible iota of evidence is there to support the notion that any Michael Jackson music was about girls?
Did he write all the lyrics to all the songs?
I'm sure he did.
Okay.
But even if he didn't, I mean, Elton John wasn't singing to women.
Well, he says all of the pretty young things repeat after me.
Yeah.
That is not.
So I mean, it's a gender neutral song. How progressive
Well,
he was.
He has girls singing in the song too, but he's not going to have young boys singing
How do
in
you
the
know
song.
they're not young boys?
He wasn't
singing?
trying to
They
blow
all
up his
sound
own
like
spot,
girls.
huh?
Young boys sound like girls.
He wasn't trying to blow up his own spot.
If he could blow up his own spot, he wouldn't have gotten himself in so much trouble.
If only he'd done that, there would have been no Oprah documentary. 3 hours of her, 4 hours of her talking to people. All right, listen. Black Crowes have kissed and made up, and they're going on tour next summer. We'll get them in August, but you'll have a couple of tickets you can pin to the fridge until then. So we'll do that coming back. 35192 if you want to text.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W.
Yeah.
We
No.
got some Cleveland whiskey. Yeah.
It's all Cleveland whiskey.
You want to do some?
Yeah.
Gin is not a big.
Friday.
Gin's not a big crowd pleaser
I think everybody
in the
needs-
office.
Nobody wants to do a shot of gin. No.
I've asked. Yeah.
Hot gin.
That's a fun thing to do. Is
A
you?
shot of hot gin.
Hey, I'd like some hot gin, please. No, you don't want. Yes, I would like
No, I
that,
really
please.
do. No,
I
sir.
really, really want some hot gin.
You're like, no.
I know what I want. All right.
Such a vivid memory.
Language barrier aside.
And then he brings out one of those mugs of steaming hot gin.
Yes. He's like, a stupid American out there says he wants hot gin. I'll give him hot gin. Yeah.
It's so good. Oh, not straight. Not warm.
Okay, well then we'll have to wait.
Well, is there a mixer or a chaser?
No.
I don't have.
You don't
that
want
with me.
you don't want chilled whiskey.
I do.
Room temperature. Is that the smoking whiskey?
That's the smoking, yeah.
Does it taste smoky?
Bill
smoky,
Squire's
yeah.
Friday Get Down
Coming
is
up.
brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey.
Started early.
And we do that every
Loosen
Friday.
that necktie over there.
Yeah, the necktie I'm wearing. Why did I pick today of all days to wear a cravat? You can do whatever you want over there. I'm still operating
I
this.
will.
I'm operating all this machinery over here, and so
Woo!
yeah.
If Poundcake can go and get us, what do you want, like a Diet Coke?
Sure, something.
Here, come in here. I got cash.
Ooh. Bill's buying me drinks.
Look at
babe.
that. Well, he just dropped a "See you next Tuesday" note on the Tesla truck.
Yeah, just got my confirmation too.
Big
There you go.
Yeah, get 2 Diet Cokes.
His
Keep the
Tesla
change.
confirmation.
Any more than that?
It's 60 cents.
Oh, you're talking about in this can vending machine. Okay, never mind.
Where did he think? Did he think he was going to drive over to like the Speedway or something and
There's
get?
another one that everything is just so expensive and they're bottles, not cans.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
Not
you just
that
have
one.
a fridge of stuff?
Yes, and there's always a lock on it because they know that it would be
But it
cleaned
doesn't-
out every day.
It doesn't have
It's got Monster
Cokes
in it.
though. Yeah.
No, but they have a lock on the. There's a fridge with
Yeah, I know.
water bottles, and that has a lock on it
Yeah, because people will take them.
because they'll be cleaned out. Yeah, they
You know
lock
what
up
I
our
always
water
say?
here.
Pretty progressive.
What do you always say?
A hydrated staff is an unruly staff.
Yeah, right. God, what's going on? What's going on around here? Everybody's been drinking water.
Gwen, if we do this drink though, can you move like
No,
3 inches?
will not.
Because you are.
She's on the edge of the frame.
She is so far over.
I don't know what you're talking about. Listen, I don't like being on camera.
It's not a great angle either.
Well, that's fine, because then I can just move again. Stop.
Just follow
I
her
don't
around.
want you to do
But
that.
you're such a pretty lady.
Oh.
Thank you, Bill. Oh, you're talking to her.
Thank you.
You're a handsome
No.
gentleman. No.
I just don't like it. It's not my favorite part.
Oh, nor mine. Trust me. But I've had to.
Yeah, well, you get paid to do this.
That's true.
That is
handsomely.
true.
Yeah,
I
mhm.
have to
I'm giving
suffer
you a
for my
little bit
art.
of whiskey though, so
Ooh, tepid whiskey and a Diet Coke
Yeah.
chaser.
Tepid whiskey. Yummy.
is that a Hank Williams song?
It will be.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Finally, climate change has done something great for us.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, Coldplay will not tour until they can find a way to make it sustainable.
So they're never
That's
going
good
to
news.
tour?
I don't know. They said they're taking a break from touring. They've got a new album. They have a reason to tour. They have a new album, and they said until they can make touring environmentally friendly, because that's the argument that people like to throw at people. They're like, oh, you want to help the environment, but you still take planes. Like, yeah, because we still got to live our lives, jagoff. Can't take a bus everywhere.
Just make yourself into a hologram, like Tupac did.
He says they'll be taking time over the next year or two to figure out how their tour can be sustainable, but also actively beneficial.
Why don't they just walk everywhere?
Or
And then play
teleportation.
acoustic sets. There you go.
We're taking time
Thank
over
you.
the next year or two
Thank you, sir.
to work out how can our tour be sustainable, but how can it be actively beneficial. Our dream is to have a show with no single-use plastic, to have it be largely solar powered. Everyone will catch up if you prove that it's easy to do it the right way.
I mean, I guess I appreciate his hustle, but A, what a great excuse to not tour. B, nobody's going to go see Coldplay when tickets are $300 because there's no single-use plastics and,
Why don't they just do an acoustic set in the daytime?
Yeah.
No, I'm serious.
Because nobody wants to hear acoustic Coldplay. Nobody wants to hear Coldplay, period.
That's enough. That's enough.
They have one good song.
Oh,
Even the worst bands, I've said this before, even the worst bands have one good song. Coldplay has one good song.
What's their one good song?
Yellow is their one good song.
That's not a good song.
That's still their best song, Bill.
It's not even the best color.
Excuse me. That's true.
I don't know what's happening to your Diet Coke.
Well, are you okay over there?
Yeah.
Did you shake it a little bit, Poundcake?
Why is there more Coke than there is cans?
When it
I've never seen that before.
Me neither.
When it falls from the machine into the thing, that shakes it up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I didn't do anything.
No, I didn't. Why would you?
Down the hatch, Gwynny.
Oh, God. Okay.
All right. So what's their best song?
Cheers.
Yellow. Yellow. I don't like that song.
Any band. Any band has a good song.
Who's this?
Some whiskey music. But I thought this was an up-tempo
Play
song.
Sunshine and Whiskey.
I thought this was an up-tempo song.
Play
Prop me up beside the jukebox.
Well, when he's dead.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it picks up.
I only know titles. I don't know.
It picks me up. Hold on, it's about to drop. Oh,
It's about to drop. I don't have time. I got a show to do here.
But,
All right, fine. Where does it drop?
no, I don't care anymore.
Prop me up beside the jukebox. It's the first song that came to my mind, and so I grabbed at it. Hold on.
Prop me up beside the jukebox if I die.
Oh, God. Anywho,
But
there you go.
You're dead. You can't hear anything. You're just going to scare everybody, and it's going to smell bad in the bar. It's just not a very practical song.
Jim, what's going on in here?
The puke train we were talking about earlier.
It's not a song. That
Prop me up beside the puke train.
Yeah, but if you think you can make a puke train not smell like puke, I think one guy can get mummified and get, hung out by the...
Well, if he's mummified, then that's fine. But
Well,
you
over
have to go through that
time.
process.
Haven't you ever heard of that Halloween decoration of a mummy that was passed around over the decades?
No.
That turned out to be an actual mummy.
Everybody thought it was nobody.
He lost a hand, like
Oh.
like he was in haunted houses and haunted attractions. They thought it was just
They thought it was a prop.
for years.
And it was a real mummy.
Real mummy.
I feel like that's an urban legend. I don't think that's real.
No, I saw it on Ghost Adventures. It is true.
And everything on Ghost Adventures is 100%.
No, look it up. It's a real story because he's got a grave marker now, and
So somebody finally put him in the ground?
when they figured out that he was a real body, yeah.
But who wouldn't?
I feel like they should have just kept using him now.
Oh, Google.
That means that the first.
That was
Wait. So there was early on there was somebody who knew it was a body, and they passed it to someone and didn't tell them.
Something like that. I mean,
They just said, "Here's my Halloween decorations." Tee hee hee. It's an actual corpse.
well, I don't think it was a joke. I think they might have found it
Back in the day.
like in the 1800s.
It's a more sustainable way to make Halloween decorations because it's not plastic. It's organic material.
Single-use corpses.
Well, then.
Multiple-use corpses.
Multiple-use mummies.
Let me.
Right, but the person would have had to have known it was a dead person. How would they have gotten it otherwise? Would they just leaving bodies on the ground? Is this post-Civil War?
Elmer McCurdy.
Ah,
his
those
name?
goddamn McCurdys. Is that Jeanette's grandfather? My good friend Jeanette McCurdy?
No.
She's cute.
Let me.
She's a country music performer
Jeanette.
She
now.
tried. Yeah, I don't know if she still
It
is.
was 1976.
Elmer McCurdy.
Crew members from the TV show The $6 Million Man were preparing to shoot on location at the Pike Amusement Park in Long Beach, California.
He was a bank robber.
Blah, 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 blah. The ride featured a tunnel in which ghouls, demons, and skeletons would pop out and scare you. Blah, 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 blah.
Let me read it to you. His mummified body was first put on display at an Oklahoma funeral home and became a fixture on the traveling carnival and sideshow circuit. Changing ownership several times, he wound up at the Pike Amusement Zone in Long Beach, California, where it was discovered by a film crew and positively identified in the mid-'70s. So he was buried in Oklahoma in the late 70s.
But he was an attraction in a...
Right, but what I'm saying is those people knew that. It doesn't sound to me like people are like, oh, it's
The
just
initial people, he just got kind of, he became
But then
part of like a traveling like sideshow.
Yeah, and they thought it was
and
a regular
over the time,
decoration.
the people who knew that he was a real body, I think probably.
I see.
You know,
He was killed.
and
He was a bank and train robber who was killed in a shootout with police.
in what year?
1911.
Okay, so
He was called the bandit who wouldn't give up.
60 years later.
Yeah.
His body is still floating around.
But why was it?
some
I'm
amusement
curious
park.
why it was mummified and then passed to someone. You know, you
'Cause
think
he's
if-
the bandit that doesn't give up, so he's a mummy now.
But if he
He's
was
just-
killed in a
he's
shootout with
going.
police, that's
Yeah.
very high profile. You wouldn't think they just leave the body there.
No,
you
I
think they go put that in the morgue and then let's get him in the ground.
It was a different time.
He died in a gunfight.
Says his robberies were generally bungled due to his ineptitude.
So he wouldn't give up. He had a lot of stick-to-itiveness, but he was an idiot.
Yeah, he couldn't give up because everything he did failed.
Seeing a money... Okay, his body was taken to the funeral home, but no one claimed it. And seeing a money-making opportunity, the undertaker embalmed him and allowed visitors to view the preserved
I see.
corpse.
Somebody stole it?
If they placed a nickel in his mouth.
They had to put a nickel in the body's mouth?
Yeah,
Like
so
in-
the guy, 5 years into the lucrative scheme,
He
a
probably made-
carnival man turned up at the funeral home claiming to be a long-lost relative of McCurdy and requested to take the body so it could be laid dressed properly.
I just like...
He, of course, was lying and blah, blah, blah. He became a traveling carnival
Yada,
attraction.
yada, yada. He becomes
Yada, yada, yada.
part of
I'm
a traveling
so
carnival.
tired.
I just like...
Isn't that fascinating, though? I think that's fascinating.
And what's more fascinating is how they describe how awful he was at his chosen vocation, which was crime.
I think that's the best part of the whole thing is that he's a bank robber, but he's terrible at it.
It says that he decided to incorporate nitroglycerin into his robberies.
Ooh.
This often caused problems as he failed to correctly determine the proper amount. Didn't know anything about nitroglycerin. I'll put some nitroglycerin. You get a nice big, I'm going to blow that safe right up. And so he's robbing banks, robbing trains. He put nitroglycerin on the door of the safe, but he used too much. The safe was destroyed, as was the money. It's like the apple dumpling gang.
I love it.
I love it, too.
Wow.
That's very funny.
All right.
I think it's interesting.
It is interesting.
No, it's very interesting. The history of it is...
Stories like this, honestly, are why I watch ghost shows.
Uh-huh.
I like the history of the
part.
places.
Yeah, okay.
I think
Yeah.
it's fascinating.
Not the obvious ghost that they're meeting.
No, I don't care if the little child ghost can kick your ball down the stairs or not.
Child ghost.
Well,
Got
you know.
unfinished business. Got to get a ball down to the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty. It's pretty standard procedure for kid ghosts.
And then there's that bar in Alaska somewhere that's got a toe in the drink.
Ew, what?
Yeah, like they'll give you a
I've
free
heard of
shot
that,
if you
yeah.
put the toe in it, or the toe kept getting stolen, or something. I don't know.
Gross.
You had to do a shot with a toe in it,
If you want, you didn't have to. If you wanted to, you go, give me that toe, and then they'd
but
give
then
you
you
like a free
swallow
shot.
the toe and spit it out.
No. You leave it in the shot
Yeah,
glass.
leave it in
but like
there.
it kept getting stolen.
How do
or-
you leave something in the shot?
It was a
glass?
Well, you just,
mummified
like,
toe, and
you
you would
just
sip
kinda-
past
That's not how I do shots.
whatever's in that shot glass goes into her
Wide
mouth.
mouth Gwen over here.
I'm like a bass.
she takes it all the way around.
No hands. That's right.
No
So I
hands.
drink my can of Coke too. Take it to.
I remember one of the first radio bits I ever did was a prank phone call.
No
right?
way.
And I called the Coca-Cola customer service line.
Oh
and
my
told
God.
And
Then
you told him
what?
that every band has a good
Right.
song.
What about Nickelback?
That ship has long sailed, unfortunately. A leader
What
of
about
men.
Bananarama.
Cruel Summer.
What about?
I told you, every...
Limp Bizkit.
Huh?
Limp Bizkit.
Boiler.
They have like 8 great songs.
No, they just have one. No.
Fountains of Wayne.
Fountains of Wayne. What's the one good Fountains of Wayne song?
Yeah.
Sick Day. I'm telling
Whale.
you. Hobo Humpin' Slowbo Babe.
And you got me.
Yeah,
Who
what
are
you
these
talking-
bands?
I'm telling you. Awful bands. They all
Are
have
they
one
awful?
good song.
Or I-
Yes, they all
I
have
never
one
even
good
know.
song.
I really enjoy Whale.
What's another song
I
of
thought it
theirs
was
that you
Wall-E.
like?
Young, dumb, full of.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's a
well,
good one.
There you go.
If you gotta go, you gotta go, girl.
Well, they're
Wait, what is she
radio
full of?
Vim and vigor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, young. It rhymes. Young, dumb, and full of vim and vigor. Yeah.
I don't know what I can say on the radio.
You can't say that.
I know.
Thank
That's
you.
why I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Frozen 2 opens today, I think. Anybody care?
No. They keep saying, I haven't seen Frozen 1. I know you guys saw it, but I haven't seen it.
What is wrong with Disney?
But they're saying that the character is gay, or they're like, why won't Disney let Elsa be a queer icon? That's what the articles. I assume that's from.
But I thought the whole thing with Elsa was like they tried to, like religious groups tried to say that Elsa and Anna were gay together, but they're sisters.
They're sisters,
right?
And their
so,
parents die.
Yeah, I don't get the whole.
Let me
Elsa's
break
gay
it
thing.
down for you.
Okay.
Sisters, parents die. Lonely, lock themselves up in this castle.
Yeah. Didn't they just let it go though?
Then Anna is so starved for attention that the first
She
guy
becomes
that
a
shows
lesbian.
her, that shows interest in her, she agrees to marry. Disastrous.
And was that the snowman?
No. No, that's the guy
Moose.
from
It's Josh Gad, isn't it?
Gad,
Does
yeah.
the voice, yeah.
And then the other one is like shoots ice out of her hands, and so she runs away.
That's
I don't
Kristen
know.
Bell?
Dude, all these Disney movies have such a scary element for
They
the
have to.
little
They have to
kids.
have drama and terror and pathos,
But,
and yeah,
but
they
why
got
has it got to be so scary?
Because I
all
think
the
they got
time?
to. You got to make kids feel something.
We watched Lion King, and Nora cried because he dies, and of course she's gonna cry.
Well, thanks for spoiling it for me.
You watched it with him.
Well, thanks
You
for
did?
spoiling it for me,
Did
Bill.
you? I don't think you did.
Yeah, I was sitting right there on the couch. It was on a Friday night.
Oh, you had never seen it.
I
That's
had
right.
never seen it.
Well, she watches Lady and the Tramp with my mom, and the dog catcher's trying to catch Tramp, and she's sobbing.
Well, thanks for spoiling it for me.
But they fall in love over spaghetti.
Well,
so
thanks
it's
for
good.
spoiling it for
Many
me.
people fall in love over
God.
spaghetti. That's what the Olive Garden is for.
We didn't fall in love over spaghetti because you won't eat restaurant spaghetti.
Who wants to eat spaghetti?
Spaghetti!
Well, you won't eat food off of small plates in public.
That is very true. That's true.
Will we
She's
do it
got
at
me
home?
there.
He's the worst to go out with. We go to like a function, and they have like past appetizers. Guess who's not eating? That one.
Oh, no, I eat. I'll
No,
have
you
crudité.
don't.
Yeah.
Oh, let me chew on this carrot stick.
Yes.
Such a fun date, am I?
I'm not gonna. Why is she speaking in passive tense?
I don't know why
Ellen.
your food consumption.
Why am I going out with
matters
Yoda
to
over
her.
It
here?
does matter, because if we're going out and the main source of dinner is this function, and then he doesn't eat, I'm not going to grab a plate
That's
and
why.
go sit down.
No, that's
and
why
have
I
dinner.
I
So then
never
we get
walk around.
hammered.
I
Yeah.
never walk around empty-handed. I just don't have
A broccoli floret does not count.
I don't have a Chilean sea bass on a tiny plate walking around with toothpicks.
They don't serve Chilean sea bass where we go.
Well, they
Not
should.
not on a tiny plate anyway.
No, not a
No.
tiny plate. No. No, you're right. I don't usually do that. I don't like because people pile food on these tiny plates.
So
I'm
don't
like,
pile.
I don't
Make 2 trips.
Why
But
am
he
I the bad
also
guy?
doesn't sit and eat, or he doesn't.
Of course I do.
He doesn't eat anything of substance.
Mm-hmm.
Carrots are very filling.
Ugh.
They're not.
They are. That's all I've been eating.
Thank you. Yep. They
Save
are.
me. That's all I've been
They
eating.
are not filling. They're good for you, but that's no fun. I know. I want to drink 5 drinks and eat carrots.
Yeah, that's a good time to me.
Hashtag date night.
Makes the I don't need because that way I don't need 5 drinks.
Or
Cheap
when, you,
date.
or when you get high and you're like, oh, I want the munchies, but you're on a diet, so then you just see a carrot in there, like, oh, I guess.
But
Like,
then you have
I
to
gu-
focus on the crunch.
I'm fine with the crunch. It's just like, it's not a craving. I want potato chips. I want salt.
I
And
know.
they give you nothing. They
Put
give
some
me
salt
nothing.
on your carrot.
Ew.
You put some salt
Wait,
on your carrot.
I have
Do you
a
like your
question.
salt crunchy or soft?
Your salt?
Your
Carrot.
I like some soft salt.
I like
please.
a crunchy carrot.
Who would eat a soft carrot? Oh, this is a gay thing, isn't it, Bill?
No, it's not a gay thing.
Ugh, Bill, so typical.
That's when you
Never
turn an apple into a bong.
Ah, like a
when you're on a
cooked carrot
diet.
that's soft.
I want to know if anybody out there does not pour the Cheez-It crumbs into their mouth when the bag's done.
And we'll find out after this break.
What a tease.
I'm really late, so I've got a break.
Oh.
Oh. All right, hey, I've got those Chris McQuanziga tickets for you. Boy, this is going to be an event and a half. Coming up the 29th of December at the Agora, the Bill Squire Chris McQuanziga event. after this break. 35192 if you want to text for anything. Kwanzaa will be a night to remember. It's something you'll be telling your grandkids about. It is Sunday night, December the 29th at the Cleveland Agora. And the tickets are on sale if you go to agoracleveland.com. And going quickly, I might add. What number winner do you want, Bill?
Let's take number 12.
Number 12, good luck. You get the last pair this week for Christmas Kwanzaa, nestled firmly between Christmas and New Year's. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Hello. Alexa, play 100.7 WMMS on iHeartRadio.
Here you go.
From the Final Touch Construction Roofing Expert Studios, it's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland. An iHeartRadio station.
35192, want to send me a text as we're basking in the crepuscular twinkle. I'll have a trip to LA. You like that?
No, not one bit.
Oh, all right. Talk about a word that sounds nothing like what it means. I will have the final trip to LA for you, the very last one for our Alter Ego Festival, which is sold out. It is January the 18th. At the Forum in Los Angeles with Blink-182 and Billie Eilish and the Black Keys and others. And I imagine there'll probably be some surprises there. We pride ourselves on surprises at our festivals. Why should this be any different? So it's tickets and airfare and hotel for you and the friend of your choosing.
Can I go?
You may not.
Oh.
In about 3.5 minutes, I will have that very last trip for you. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Hi, what's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to say, I love it when your wife is there. She's got the cutest giggle ever.
Boy, everybody loves the laugh. They just dig the laugh.
I love her laugh, dude. It's so cute.
All right, I'd argue if I could.
I know, right? But I also want to tell you that my kids believe. This is what my kids believe. The best
Jesus Christ is their Lord and Savior? Oh, what?
At the bottom of a bag of chips or Fritos or whatever, they believe the best stuff is at the bottom. So guess what?
Yeah, well,
every time they come over here, if they open a bag of chips or Fritos or whatever, they always open it from the bottom.
I've heard Poundcake say as much.
Because everything settles at the bottom?
I can always tell who opened a bag of chips. It's either my kid or Bob. And Bob opens it up from the top, and my kids open it up from the bottom.
I think Mary said that she does this.
Yeah, she does do this.
Yeah.
Trouble is, a lot of people, they forget, and so they still put that chip clip on the unopened end.
Oh, no.
So, boy, when the next person comes along to enjoy some, all over the floor. I'll just shut up.
Oh, but okay.
That'd be almost as good as putting that thing on the rubber band on the sprinkler when you turn on the water on the sink. Awesome.
Almost as good. Yeah, almost as good.
But not.
Okay.
But when you open it on the bottom, but everything.
Can I give a shout out to a friend?
No.
Sure. Try to have a conversation here. Yeah, okay, go ahead, Sue.
They're on their way, a whole bunch of them on their way to see Bert Kreischer tonight.
Okay. Oh, right, Bert's in town.
Hi to Don Marhouse and all the family and friends that are going up there.
Why aren't you going?
Because she's a liability.
I don't wanna go. Because that's too far.
You weren't invited.
Too far. Okay.
No, it's not that I wasn't invited, Poundcake. I just didn't want to go.
I have a feeling that Drunk Sue is invited.
You bitch.
Spumonious bitch.
I have a feeling that Sue is invited to most things. Right, Sue? You're invited to most things.
Baby, I cannot be in a concert review without being close to whatever.
You can't. You're saying that you can't be at you can't be at a concert venue without being close to the action.
No, the toilet.
Oh, you got to be close to the toilet. Well, okay.
They have nice toilets there.
You are a liability.
I'm sorry, dude. That's why I can't work anymore. I'm sorry.
Boy, that is a real feature they don't offer you when you're picking your seats from the seating chart. What's next to the crapper?
Right?
Yeah,
I know,
understood.
it's pretty gross.
Well, listen.
But anyways,
you know yourself very, very well, right?
Yeah, enough to know that I better not try to go to Cleveland.
Right. Okay, good.
Cleveland. You know I love Cleveland.
All right, well, thank you, Sue.
Because he'd be out smelling like Jersey.
Okay.
This is stupid.
What?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Sue.
I love you, Alan. I
love you
big
too.
girl.
Oh, okay, there's drunk Sue.
Love you too.
She doesn't want people smelling her jersey. What did she say?
Smelling like Jersey? I didn't know.
I don't know. I'm very, very
Or
lost
jerky,
on...
maybe.
Smelling like Jersey or jerky? I couldn't.
Clearly, you've talked to her about this ailment before. I'm new to the show.
I don't think we have. I don't think we've gotten to the.
I didn't know
into
she had
her
a
bowel problems.
bowel. Oh, God.
No, I don't know that we've
drunk
had.
Sue, not boo Sue.
I guess we've never gotten to that oh so important
But now
part of
we
our
know.
relationship. Yeah.
I disagree.
You disagree with what?
Opening from the bottom, because as soon as you turn the bag upside
Everything's
down,
good. The bottom
everything
becomes the
settles.
top. Yeah.
Yes.
And the top becomes the bottom, and ne'er the twain shall meet.
It's like just
Tell me
chasing
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Poundcake lives by that. He's got that knitted into a pillow
Do
at
you
his house.
always drink the crumbs
The best
out of
stuff's
the
in the
bottom?
bottom.
Pretty much.
See, I knew somebody would want to talk about that because best part of cheese.
Yeah,
is the
and you
bottom of
brought
the bag.
Drunk Sue to the surface.
Well, you know,
Mazel
you're
tov.
welcome.
Okay, listen. I'm going to give away, as I mentioned I would. I'm a man of my word, despite not necessarily knowing in what century buildings were constructed. I've got a trip to Los Angeles for you. It is the very last one. We've been doing these 2 a day for a few weeks, and it has all come down to this. So, there is somewhere, somebody's listening, and up till now they haven't won. They have lost hope. They have felt despondent. They want so much to go to the Alter Ego Festival, and that person, one of those people, will get this. Are you falling asleep? Is this too much preamble?
What?
Is it?
Is this timed? Is this a timed thing?
Is it too? No. I'm just.
You're just killing time for no reason?
I'm not.
Okay.
I know. This is called sensationalism. It's a dumb trick we use here to make this stupid crap sound interesting. All right, here we go.
Hey, it's Rover. Time for your shot at a trip to our iHeartRadio Alter Ego now. Text the nationwide keyword PARTY to the number 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's PARTY to the number 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
Texter was describing IDSBS to me. Just irritable drunk Sue bowel syndrome. Well, thank you for your contribution. I appreciate that.
And I was saying she was a liability, not because she's not fun or she doesn't, like, her friends don't like
How
her.
did you know she had to poop so much?
No, I wasn't talking about
not
the poop
about
thing.
that.
It was about the drunk factor. Like we all have that one friend that we know will fall asleep before we even go anywhere. Like they get hammered
Or
straight
they'll
up.
get thrown out or something like
no
that.
one wants to invite them places because it's like no fun.
So the poop thing is new to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is new.
Banner day.
Yeah, it's a banner day.
Drunk poo.
If you are not,
and if you don't have a friend,
well done.
If you're going to see Bert, though, enjoy the show and don't try and send him shots. Just let him do his thing. Let him tape his special.
Are you going tonight?
I'm going tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I heard there was.
Is he
someone
doing
that was
2
staying
shows
up
a
last
night?
He's doing 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow, and 2 shows on Sunday.
And he's
did one
filming for
last night.
Netflix.
Yeah.
He's doing 7 shows.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are they all kind of different? Or are they?
No. I mean, he's doing the set that he's taping for Netflix.
I see.
mean,
I
it's
see
the
what you.
same
Yeah.
thing,
Okay.
And he's gonna take like the best show.
Mm-hmm.
Or cut him up.
Parts
Cut 'em
of the
up, yeah.
Wow. Well, if you're not going to that and you don't care about Frozen 2, that Tom Hanks Mr. Rogers movie is out this weekend
Oh,
too.
yeah?
Yeah.
What's that called?
It's called A Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood. I'm not quite sure how they got that name. But Tom Hanks is playing Mr. Rogers, who I had the privilege of being familiar with.
Tom Hanks?
For a short period of time. Fred Rogers.
Oh.
Never met Tom Hanks.
Did you know that he used to have a mummy?
And then they determined that he was a real man.
He used it as a puppet. He stuck his hand up it.
Yeah. Stuck his hand up it. Puppet. He was a puppet that wanted to be a real boy.
Oh.
And he was a bank robber who... Yeah.
Blew up the money.
He blew up the money and the safe.
It's like the Beagle Boys.
The what?
DuckTales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beagle Boys.
Too old for
The
it.
thieving. No, I'm not
yeah.
too old.
For DuckTales?
He is.
I
Well,
am.
they're not just from DuckTales.
What are they from?
They're from the whole universe.
The Mickey Mouse universe?
Right, but
Yes.
Never got into that
They started
universe.
with DuckTales.
I don't think they did.
I think they did. Beagle Boys?
I'll bet you. another
Beagle
shot.
or Bugle, like the jeans?
They're dogs.
Yeah.
Beagle Boys.
I'm betting Bill a shot.
They were in the Donald Duck universe, is what it said. They were constantly trying to rob Scrooge McDuck.
Yes.
But they didn't start because of DuckTales. What year were they?
1951.
Boom!
All right, congratulations. You know more about the
Shot,
Beagle
shot,
Boys
shot,
than I do.
shots. In
You
your
pour 'em
face,
this time.
Bill.
Oh, they had the
Oh, I
masks. They had the masks and the turtlenecks.
Yeah.
I used to teach Mousercise classes.
What is mousercising?
It's Mickey Mouse themed exercise.
When she says used to, she means like 9 days ago. She was doing
No,
this.
it's a kids. When we were kids,
hope
we had a
it's kids.
Mousercise record, and it was like working out. And one of them, you crawl around on the floor, and you go, "You gotta get the money, the money, the money." Scrooge McDuck's money.
Was this-
And you're like crawling around.
Was this a sanctioned program, or is this something you just created?
It's on vinyl.
Oh, okay. I don't know. The hell do I know?
Like I would create my own exercise program as a child.
Yes, of course. Gwenercise,
Gotta
I can
get
see
the
that
money,
coming. Yeah.
the money.
I can't believe that Jazzercise still has.
It's Mousercise.
But I can't believe that.
What I'm talking about is Mousercise.
But I'm changing topics to Jazzercise.
But I thought we could still maybe talk about Mousercise.
I thought we could too, and then I realized we couldn't. So Jazzercise.
Are you pronouncing Mousercise wrong?
It's pronounced Muserzice. Yes. Muserzices. It's I couldn't believe that Jazzercise still has brick and mortar studios.
Mousercise.
Jazzercises.
Mousercise.
Anywho, doesn't matter.
Pregnant.
Jazzercise.
Mousercise.
Yeah. So, for how many years did you indoctrinate these other children into this rodent-based exercise program? How long did this continue?
Probably under a year.
Because, by the way, if it's cartoon-based, that's one thing. But it's not called Mickey Mousercise. It's called Mousercise. And mice are not particularly interested in getting money.
It was all
They're interested in getting cheese.
Mickey Mouse universe themed exercise tracks.
This was a way to get kids to exercise.
Exercise.
Yeah, but conversely, we were also given those little floppy vinyls about McDonald's, so it had you coming from both ends.
Yeah, well, I
literally.
still memorized that too.
I know you did. I know.
Go, do it.
No, I didn't memorize it.
God, you're so lazy.
I wasn't allowed. We were allowed
You brought it
McDonald's.
up.
We were allowed McDonald's on very, very special occasions, and those came few and far between.
Oh, and clearly you weren't allowed to exercise either.
Yeah, we were made to exercise.
Were you?
Yes. We had physical education in school. Is
Oh.
gym still a thing in school? I was talking to my daughter. I go, "Do you guys still have gym?" And she goes, "Yeah, we have gym."
So you knew the answer to that question?
Well, that's her school. I don't know if that's a thing.
Why wouldn't they have gym?
Because I always feel like it became an elective. We used to have to take gym.
No, everybody has to take gym. At least one of the years.
I feel like over the years I've heard stories that fewer and fewer schools require that. Hence, everybody
that's just
bitching about
because-
fat kids.
But that's also because schools are just underfunded now. So they're
Well,
like,
however you
we
get
gotta
there, I'm
cut
just-
gym because we're trying to preserve. We're just trying to keep the school open.
I'm not saying they want to do that. I'm just saying that however you get there
But it's
over
not
time.
rigorous. A lot of times it's just open gym, or you have the class. Like the kids aren't required.
No, they gotta pass they gotta do the mile and
They
stuff.
got to do the mile, and then like we had.
Oh, I don't. That's what I'm saying.
swimming.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think
Like
that's a thing
juniors,
anymore.
You did swimming.
I don't think that's a thing anymore. That you got to pass a mile. These kids get winded going down the steps.
It's like a national program, isn't it?
I think gym is required until you get to high school. Then it's an elective. Because I took that
you have to
mile
do at
test
least
in,
1 year.
in 8th grade, I think. 8th grade or 7th grade.
It's like a national fitness benchmark that.
That's still a thing?
I mean, I would think so. I mean,
The President's Fitness Challenge.
yes. Thank you.
I don't know if that's still a thing. Based on
Well,
our current president.
It wasn't when Obama was president.
Thanks, Obama.
How many miles can you run with a Big Mac in your hand?
Yeah.
Go.
Yeah, okay. Well, Mike in Parma is asking me how many cheese wheels were used to feed those mice.
3 wheels.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Mike. That was the more important question. How many?
2 wheels.
What
Is it 3 or is
mice?
it 2?
What mice?
Mousercise.
We were talking about the Beagle Boys.
One wheel.
Oh, now you want to change the topic.
Same thing. They were part of the Mouser-size.
They're dogs. Mice, dogs. I can't
Play the
follow
track.
this nonsense.
Play
what
that
track?
banger. It's a banger.
What banger? Scissor Sisters? Let's have a kiki? That's the only banger I know. What, the Beagle Boys song? I don't even know. I know Beagle Boys jeans. I wore those.
Those Bugle Boys.
You have to peg your pants with those.
They are.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Are you going to do the exercise? You crawl around on the floor?
This? DuckTales?
I don't know. We gotta wait till it drops.
Drops. Like someone to drop me on my head. What the hell is this? Are these guys having sex with each other? What is this?
No, that's sneaky music, man.
Sneaky bank robbing, thieving music.
That's sneaky bank robbing music?
Thieving.
Sounds like they're having cocktails with each other.
Gotta get the money by the Beagle Boys. Oh, come on. You didn't have anything else planned. Let's be honest.
I actually had a whole lot planned.
Why?
There's a whole sheet over here.
I got a whole sheet in front of me.
Well, you shouldn't ask me to come in if you don't want to talk about
see
dumb
if it's
stuff.
got Beagle Boys. Nope,
Here's
not
somebody
on there.
putting. Okay, so they're putting the album down.
Told you.
Did we ever not believe you?
Yes.
And you were having other children exercise to this? This is
Yeah.
very suggestive. It's very provocative.
They weren't on poles.
I don't know that.
But they got one thought on their mind, and it haunts them all the time.
Pretty sure this is Charlie Walker.
I was going to say, Wilson.
Watson.
I thought it was Keith Sweat.
Also, it could be a very, like a total stripper song. They got one thing on their mind. They get that money.
Yeah, gotta get the money.
This could be like a Cardi B song.
It is. Her song is called Money. Where's my leotard?
Running, crawling, sneaking.
You know who this is, who did this song. It was Edwin Starr. Remember Edwin Starr? He's like a big Motown guy did this. He's from Ohio.
I'm going to be honest.
All
It's a
right.
good song.
It's not a. It's a banger.
I don't know if I put it into the banger
category.
category, but I would say it's a funner song than I thought it was going to be.
Oh my god.
I'm on your side. I'm just
Thank
not.
you.
I just don't think it's a banger.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe I don't either, but I needed to add emphasis for the radio.
Yeah. Okay. Well done. Let me break. I'll have tickets for In This Moment. They're touring with Black Veil Brides next spring. They'll come to Cleveland in April if you want to see them. 35192 if you want to text.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. like what he has to say.
Let's hear what the idiot has to say.
But you're gonna love what he doesn't have to say.
Love.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
$35192 if you want to send me a text. Gwen's in for Mary today.
Hi.
Hi. Mary's back on Monday from a long road trip. It will also be Mary's birthday on Monday, too.
Mm-hmm.
Monday and Tuesday of next week, only 2 days that we'll be here live. And then the remainder of the week, of course, it will be for the holiday. This Sunday morning, 8 to 10. We do it every Sunday if you're up that early. You know, getting ready for church or whatever. The Week in Cox. It is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week that we condense into 120 minutes, ably hosted by one William Squire and one Cody Allen Brown.
Just figured out what I'm going to get Mary for her birthday.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You got to keep that to yourself, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, I understand.
I want to know. Can we guess?
If you want to, but it's
Is that
not
fun?
It's not exciting, but I think it'll mean a lot to her.
Do you have any thoughts as to?
Well, I don't want to give it away.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you off air.
All right.
Give it away?
Well, if I guess correctly,
How
then
would
she
you
could-
possibly guess correctly?
You won't guess correctly.
I wouldn't even know where to start.
I'm intuitive.
That is true.
All right,
What am I thinking right now?
That you love me more than anything ever besides
Close.
our kid.
Close. I was thinking I'm hungry.
He wants to drink some Cheez-It dust. If you guess, yeah, you get one guess.
You get one
Well,
guess.
do I get to ask questions? Yes or no questions? Is it like...
You
Yes
want to
or
make it
no
a game?
questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Is it something for her home?
No.
Is it something for her car?
No.
Is it something tangible? Like, is it an item? Or is it like...
It's an item, yes.
Is it bigger than
He's
a
not going to
bread
get her
box?
good thoughts.
Well, he could give her a gift card or something.
That's
like
also
No, it's not
tangible.
that, yeah.
Not if you do it digitally.
And I'm known to do
He's
things
not gonna-
digitally.
Oh, gross. I quit. You two talk.
You're giving up?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's a shrunken down gazebo with a little bill in the middle.
No,
Is that it?
Is it a
Oh.
cat?
No, not a cat, no.
She already has a cat.
I don't know. He likes
No one
buying
needs
girls'
more than
cats.
one cat.
No, a girl wanted a cat, and I bought her a cat.
Well, how do you know Mary doesn't want another cat?
She
She's
does.
not even home.
Yeah.
And I'm not buying any more cats.
Are you buying your running shoes?
No.
He'll probably tell you off the air. I mean,
I
we
will
could
tell
guess forever, but you know.
You get three more guesses. 3 more yes or no's, and then make your guess. Are you trying to channel something?
Yeah, because these questions don't sound like they're moving
I
to
got
a solid
distracted
guess.
with the digit comment.
Well, then continue.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're done guessing?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, there you go. Okay.
Bill made me think about stuff I don't ever want to think about.
And here I was talking about Week in Cox. I don't know how we got to all this. I'm trying to tell people that they can get up early on a Sunday morning and then they can go downtown and tailgate with me.
Well, and Bill started
or
talking about going
pre-party.
downtown.
We can pre-party at the Ivy for the Cox Out pregame. There's only a handful of these left. I like when people come down. We're nuts to butts down there at the Ivy. It's fun. Guess which one I am? The nuts or the butts?
Butts.
Well,
Maybe
with
big
Bud Light,
ones.
and so that starts at 10:30. If you're partying before the Browns game, Dolphins are in town. I'll be downtown there with you. Now, who wants a hand fart from the 30s?
Bring it on.
I don't not want that.
All right, if you're watching the show live at AlanCoxShow.com, I'll
Smooth
introduce you.
transition from digits.
I will introduce you to Cecil Dill. He is a farmer who was well known for his hand farts.
What'd you throw?
They called
My
him.
pen.
Is everything okay over there?
She threw a pen at me.
Am I distracting you by talking on my show?
Always.
Cecil Dill is, they called him the hand fart man. He wasn't, I gotta tell you, I didn't know fart was a word in the 30s. But I guess it was.
Oh, it was originated from hand fart.
He looks so proud of himself
Visual,
too.
I can't.
The best part is the visual where he's just staring, not blinking at the camera, just doing this. This is like
He's staring at you.
early alt
Liberace with
comedy.
shorter fingers.
I love this.
He's staring at you thinking, try not to get turned on by this, ladies. Sure, I'm a farmer.
Yeah, he's serving looks.
That's what counted as a celebrity back then.
Cecil Dill, the hand fart.
Oh my God, you're that guy.
Now, I also
The
assume
man's good.
I also assume that this was probably a very popular song in the 30s that he's doing,
Yeah.
but we don't know what it is. You know, like Little Margie, bring me out tonight.
I thought it was
This is Old MacDonald.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, listen to it.
Oh,
I thought it was bingo.
I didn't even catch on that.
Mm.
Okay.
I didn't catch that.
Oh no, this is Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun,
Called
dun.
Macaroni. Yeah. Yankee Doodle.
Keep it up, Yankee
If I wanted to hear the non-hand fart version, I'd ask for it.
You're the one that couldn't pick up on the tune.
But now that I know what it is, I want to enjoy it with a little palm flatulence. All right?
Hope you and your palm have some.
What the hell's going on over there?
I was giving her a pen that she threw at me. And we're laughing at the hand farts.
Want from me?
I want a little bit of respect for the hand fartist over here who's really giving of himself. By day, a lowly farmer. By night,
Why does it gotta be lowly?
well, he's a farmer in the 30s. You think that was a good time?
No,
were
Dust Bowl.
hungry.
Dust Bowl. That's why he had all his time to.
Yeah.
He's a
That's
What
he
was
worked
that
on his
called
hand
back
fart.
then? The something, the something.
Dust Bowl.
Yeah, the
Great
regular depression. Oh no, it was the Great Depression.
The
Gwen.
Great Depression.
Yeah.
Creepy ass face, dude. I can't deal with it.
Tell me, Mr. Dill, how did you happen to discover this amazing talent of yours?
You didn't think there was going to be an interview portion, did you?
I did
No
not.
idea.
But
All right.
my God, I can't wait to hear this man talk.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Hagerman, in the year of 1914, in the month of February, I was coming home from school and my hands got very cold, and you see, I had no mittens. And I began, of course, pressing them together to get them warm, and that wouldn't do. Well, pretty soon I began squeezing them, and I was surprised to think that I could make a few different sounds. Well, then I began playing every day, and pretty soon I could play Yankee.
Mind you, to underscore what a different time this was, the farmer, known far and wide for his hand farts, is wearing a three-piece suit.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
This is just 1930s TikTok.
Now you couldn't even get this guy to wear a T-shirt. He'd be standing out there.
1914.
Yeah, so
I
he's
was
been
going to
hand
school.
farting for 15 years.
Oh my God.
Yeah, almost. I mean, you probably.
So the Great Depression had nothing to do with his hand
You
fart
know
ability.
what they say. You got to
Stock
get
market crash of 29.
or something. You got to get your 10,000 hours in.
Yankee Doodle clear through, and that was the only tune I could play for 3 whole years. And the next tune I could play was Marching Through Georgia, then The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. Then for about everybody wants...
He's rattling off his whole discography.
Can you imagine playing the same song on your fart hands
For 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah, he's got to be a single guy. Nobody could put up with that in the house. Cecil, stop it with the hand farting, please.
Why are they Irish?
They're newly from Ireland. They were immigrants. You don't think Dill is an Irish name? It was O'Dill, and then he changed.
He is very white.
Yeah.
Understand how I could do it would bother me so much that for about 6 years I...
Wait, you think he's German?
I wonder.
Cecil, stop the hand farting.
I wonder at the end of his career, did he start taking like requests?
I think it's crazy. Like, you got to remember how rare it was for someone to get on film.
Yes.
In the 30s, and that someone's like, not only am I going to put this on film, I'm going to interview him and have him perform and tell his whole backstory about it. And
Look, it wouldn't have
still
worked
have
on
it.
silent film.
This was SNL of the 30s.
No, this isn't SNL. This is like more legit.
Can you hand fart?
Yes.
Well, I'm just saying, they're like our musical.
I can. Yeah. I'm more of a freestyler. Like I do originals.
Yeah, I can't. I'm doing my own personal compositions. Guess where Cecil Dill is from?
Are your hands sweaty?
A little bit.
Talk to me while you're doing that. Keep talking. Say your ABCs while you hand fart.
I'll try and sing it.
Okay.
All right, hold on. I gotta work up some fart.
No, this has to happen.
Alan's doing a better job than I am. I think I lost it.
Can you sing while you do it?
A, B, C, D, E,
That's
F.
funny.
A, B, C. I wish I could do different notes. I'll lose it.
Guess where this guy was a farmer? Traverse City, Michigan.
Oh, cherry farmer.
There you go. Oh, yeah, is that what they do? Cherries?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I thought he farmed film festivals or something.
Okay, so not the Dust Bowl, you jerks.
Whatever, it's still the Depression.
It was still the Depression. He was depressed. He lived in Traverse City.
That doesn't mean the cherries didn't grow.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was the
I don't know
fourth
about
song
that.
he learned. The cherries won't grow.
And then in 1935, I learned the cherries don't grow in Traverse City, Michigan. God didn't make little green apples, and it don't snow in Indianapolis in the summertime.
He probably had amazing grip strength because, like, just doing this. I feel like this is better.
It's not better.
I don't think I got any radio play back then.
What?
Here's the latest from Cecil Dill, the hand fodder. The pride of Traverse City, Michigan. This one's called My Little Sally. Parts.
I don't know. You know, Boston Brahmin, they got that North Atlantic accent. Makes everything sound fancy.
I like that accent.
So, yeah. Cecil Dill here, hand fodder.
Hand fodder.
Did you say grandfather? No. I said hand fodder.
1914.
I do have grandchildren. They call me the hand fodder grandfather. Traverse City, Michigan. Cecil Dill, cherry farmer. So there's a little interstitial for you. Cecil H. Dill. The H stood for
hand fart.
Hand fart. It's almost as though he was destined. Mm-hmm. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. When we brought little Cecil into the world, we knew he'd do something.
That's why we never gave him mittens.
Mm-hmm. Alan, it's called a manualist. All right, smarty pants. Way to take the fun out of it.
Wait, a hand fart is called a manualist?
A manualist, a person who plays music through squeezing hands.
I'm pretty sure this guy is titled as the hand farter. So I'm going to call him a hand farter, not a manualist.
Wouldn't it be a hand jewelist?
I don't know. I was quite the manualist in junior high. You know, Catholic school. You knew you were going to get in trouble, but yeah. Alan, I was having a very bad day until I got into my car and heard the hand farting segment. Well, that's just the kind of services
one.
I provide around here.
Go back and listen to the Mummy segment. And then what else do we do?
Mummy
today?
became a real man.
Yeah.
The Beagle Boys.
Mummy became a real man.
The Beagle Boys.
A whole lot of stinkers, all right?
Mouser-size.
Turds today.
The old guys that were making music.
That was not appropriate for this radio program.
The Yo Mama Robot.
Oh, that was Gwen's favorite.
All kinds of stuff.
She likes when moms are called fat. Is
Yep.
that how it went?
That's a good synopsis.
Spumoni Moni?
Your bathroom looks like Italian dessert.
Spumoni Moni. That's right.
Yeah.
like
I
a
post
Weird
all
Al
the
song.
segments in a playlist. Check them out at the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm. I was talking about Mr. Rogers, and that movie's out this weekend. Fred Rogers.
I want to see it.
Yeah, I would like to. I heard it's very, very good. Fred Rogers, well, I used to work for, he was at WQED in Pittsburgh, which was the public television station there, still is. And he was there for many, many years. And I was part of a television show that was, we started it about a year before he ended. So we had about 15 months of crossover, because by that time, Fred had announced that he would cease original production of that show. The very last episode he did of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was about 2 weeks before 9/11.
Oh, God.
And so he came back to cut like little messages for like schools and things to talk to kids about what was going on.
Beautiful man.
And the urban legend, a lot of people still believe it was a
Hi, neighbor.
that he was a Marine sniper. Did anybody ever hear that story?
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I'm like, no, he wasn't.
No.
He was.
How
but
do
he
you
was.
know?
Hi, neighbors. Let me tell you
Huh?
How do you know he wasn't a Marine sniper?
Because I asked him.
Yeah, right.
I did.
Like he'd tell you.
He had heard that. It had been around for a long time, and he would just he'd go, no. Because he wasn't never in the military. He was.
That's what they want you to think.
Oh, yeah. Are you saying Mr. Rogers lied to me?
I don't know. You're quite the liar yourself about your buildings.
Alan Cox, architectural liar. The studio that we did our show in had all of the Mr. Rogers sets in the corner. So the castle and King Friday and all that.
Just sitting there creepily?
Yes, it was very
Did you take anything?
surreal. I did not. No, it was like hallowed over there. Everyone loved that guy.
Yeah, but you were kind of
Now,
a
when he
jerk.
came
You
in to
could've-
do the...
I was kind of a jerk. You were kind of a jerk.
When he came in to do the stuff about 9/11, was he just playing it straight, or was he like, I just watched this documentary, friends. It's called Loose Change. And then it explains how George Bush was involved in 9/11.
He was a 9/11 truther. Well, somebody told, I think this was on a red carpet, where somebody told Tom Hanks that he's related to Fred Rogers.
I saw that.
Oh, really?
But it was like 6 degrees of separation.
Still, that's enough for most people.
Yeah, but we all
to
might
figure it out.
By that theory, we are all connected to anybody else within 6 degrees.
Yeah.
So it's not.
So Fred Rogers is my cousin too, and yours,
and neighbor,
Oh, it's a beautiful night in this neighborhood.
That voice.
So many people have helped me to come to this night. Some of you are here, some are far away, some are even in heaven. All of us have special ones who have loved us into being. Would you just take, along with me, 10 seconds to think of the people who have helped you become who you are?
That was when he won an Emmy in '97, and he asked for 10 seconds of silence, which is an eternity on live television, obviously, so that everyone could think about the people who made them who they are. And you know who helped make me who I am? My 6th cousin, Tom Hanks. Thank you, Tommy. We called him Tommy. Hey,
we're also 6th cousins with the hand fartist.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, sir.
What's going on?
Hi.
Are you talking to me through a hand fart?
I told you to stay by the window, boy.
By the window? I don't want him to jump.
Well, no, he calls in every so often. I can tell him, I was like, it sounds like he's in a wind tunnel. He runs to the window. He's like, hey, can you hear me
You got to
now?
be near a window to get the signal out, or what? Is it one of them Tesla windows? Easily cracked? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bill. I can't hear you, pal, so I'm going to let you go. But I appreciate the call. Boy, I can't disagree with him. All right, I'm going to break. If you want to send me a text, 35192. It does not have to be hand fart or mouser-size related. FYI.
Are a lot of them hand fart or mouser-size related?
No, I'm just letting them know. We've covered a lot of ground today. Checked a lot of boxes.
But if it is mouser-size related, you should send it in.
Well, of course.
It's the Alan Cox Show. iHeart radio station.
216-578-1007 to join us, or 800-348-1007, 35192. You want to text me for anything? Cavaliers tonight. They're in Dallas. You'll hear them here on MMS at 8:30. 30 minutes prior is when your pregame coverage will begin. You get a bit of the Corey Roddick experience before that. You all right?
Mm-hmm.
The Bill Squire Friday Get Down is mere moments away. When I hear from people,
I'm excited today.
Gwen is in for Mary today.
Hi.
She's never been here for a live Bill Squire Get Down.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a little nervous. I want to impress Gwen with my get down skills.
She's not easily impressed.
You don't know what the Friday Get Down is?
No.
Do you know about Murray Saul?
No.
We should give her a little crash course.
The last year when WMMS was celebrating the 50th anniversary,
Okay.
right? A monumental occasion for any radio station. And so through the course of that year, we were going through a lot of the old shows and things like that. And Murray Saul would do a thing on Friday called the Get Down, and he has since passed away. And granted, his were
a little longer.
They were long, boy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know,
They're like 10, 12
14 minutes long. Yeah,
You
back
should
when
play a little bit of it.
Back
for
when people
reference.
didn't care what you were doing on the radio. And so we had Bill do the Get Down last year in honor of Murray
I don't
Saul.
know what a get down is.
He'd go, I got that. Well, let me play a little bit for you. Okay.
That sounds terrifying.
Well, it was.
Yeah. Yeah,
Murray Saul Get Down, yeah. He was not a broadcaster by trade. I think he was a sales guy that ended up on the air. And But he would do these for 1975.
It's the
You're never going to believe this, Bill, what I brought up here? November 22nd, 1975.
Whoa, that's wild. That's what today's the 22nd.
Yes.
Not
It is?
1975, yeah.
It is.
beginning of a new era this weekend. We're winning just a little bit at a time, but we're winning. That slave driver drove us crazy this week. He pulled us, yanked us, and dragged us. It was like being in the middle of a tug of war. We were pulled from one side and then the other. Everything that could go wrong did go.
This was back when a lot of radio stations were doing the old, like, tell your boss to shove it.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought about the people who called in and did that. I'm like, but then you got to go into work.
Yeah, well, if your boss heard you.
Yeah, I mean, WMMS, very, very popular radio station. Chances are somebody's boss heard their employee tell them to go F themselves or whatever you said on the radio. They're like, you know, blow up your boss.
Yes.
And then you had to go to work.
Stick it to the man.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment, but boy, I never would have called in and said, yeah, I just want to tell my boss, Jim.
Go suck an egg.
Yeah, and then you got to go to work. Frank, could I see you in here, please? I heard you on the Get Down, and I'm displeased.
I know you may think I'm a square, but I happen to listen to The Buzzard as well. And
That's
I heard
right.
you on the Friday Get Down.
I
with
love the
Murray
Eagle.
Saul.
And yeah.
They don't know us. They don't understand us. They don't relate to us. They don't live the life we live yet. We are their children. Well, we sure know when to party. Starting on Friday.
This is you.
Friday.
This is
Friday. This week, the slave
It's like the guy was gargling glass or something.
Friday.
He sounds like a live cut from a Jay Giles concert.
Whammer Jammer.
Whammer Jammer.
Whamma Jamba.
Progress.
I'm trying to get to the Get Down.
Got to get down those. Got to get down place. Got to.
Well, you get it.
Yeah.
Some of
it's a lot
those
of
went on
gibberish,
for
a lot of
10,
that, yeah.
11 minutes.
They were
I'm
long.
like, wow. They really, yeah. So, yeah.
Mine are a little
They
shorter.
let him
Good
do
thing
that.
to bring back, probably.
So the
I think you'll enjoy
I
it.
think I will now too.
The Get Down is presented to you by Cleveland Whiskey. For a new generation, I think, of people getting down on
right.
Fridays.
Yeah.
What's old is new again.
My love of RuPaul is not, it's well known. I've been very public about that.
You better work.
That's right. RuPaul and Tony Hawk are just two of the people who've been inducted into the California Hall of Fame. And I couldn't help but wonder if every state has a Hall of Fame.
I was like, right?
California, obviously, because, it's showbiz and all that. So, you're not taking a big chance having a California Hall of Fame. Olympic gold medalist Brandy Chastain is in there. Of course, she was on that big soccer team when they won the Olympics. She tore her shirt off, right?
That wasn't Brandy Chastain, was it?
She was on that team. I thought that was her.
Oh.
But anyway, she was on that team.
There's no way of knowing.
There's simply no way.
That's fine.
Maya Angelou, comedian George Lopez. I know you're a huge fan.
I hate George Lopez.
Why do you hate George Lopez?
Wolfgang Puck, Tony Hawk, and RuPaul, who is, of course, a native of San Diego. Why don't you like George Lopez again? Que pasa?
Because he's not funny.
You don't think he's funny?
No.
I think he's funny. I like George Lopez.
You also think you're funny.
Now,
Ouch!
ouch!
Oh, yeah!
Oh, Bill, I just got gotten over here. I got downed over here. Oh, no.
It's too easy.
Oh, God bless America. Well, guess what? I do think I'm funny. Yeah, I
you've been
said
funny.
it.
I love you.
I think I'm
I love
humorous.
You. I love you.
I was funny enough to...
I was just kidding.
Anyway, Ohio, I was hoping there would be an Ohio Hall of Fame.
There is. It's the Football Hall of Fame.
Well, but that's the Football Hall of Fame. That's not an Ohio Hall of Fame.
Ohio people probably work there.
We have the Pro Football Hall of Fame. We have the National Aviation Hall of Fame, which I assume...
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
At least 10 other states have.
Yeah,
For some reason,
lots of Hall of Fame.
dozens of states claim aviation as their own. I don't, Oh, the guy that made the wing was born here. Like,
the Wright
everybody's
brothers
got...
were from Dayton.
Whatever.
Yeah, but they flew it
But
in
then,
Kitty Hawk.
right, so South Carolina has first in flight.
Mm-hmm.
You know when they flew it? December
and we
17th.
have birthplace of aviation. Oh, is anybody's birthday a day before that?
Or that specific day.
Oh, it's the 17th? Okay.
Yeah.
My dad's is the 16th, so I know you were
so
close to
I
him.
didn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't making a reference about your dad's birthday. Sorry.
It was close.
It was close.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert!
Ask me about Kitty Hawk.
Yeah. We
I
hung
made
a TV
sock
last
puppets. He hung your TV?
We hung the TV together.
Oh, together.
As a
I believe it's
father-son.
hanged, the TV.
Anywho.
Like a train robber who blew up the safe and the money. I mean, Ohio has the Accounting Hall of Fame, sure.
I'm sure that's super interesting.
And who wouldn't want, if you are an accountant, it would be interesting.
I wonder to do a
Poundcake.
Oh my God, Jessica, we totally have to go to the Accountant Hall of Fame.
How do you even qualify for the Accounting Hall of Fame?
It depends on how high you can account. And then I don't know.
How high you can account?
Don't account and I don't recall.
Maybe Gwen made a good point a few minutes ago.
No one said she didn't. Two things can exist at the same time, Bill. The American National Business Hall of Fame. I just don't see an Ohio Hall of Fame to honor prominent Ohioans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They say that when you've lived in New York City for a decade, you can refer to yourself as a New Yorker. Okay? I'm coming up on my 10th anniversary at WMMS.
Are coming. Oh.
I'm talking about prominent Ohioans. So I think that I could be inducted into a Hall of Fame for prominent Ohioans
Maybe you could live there.
after a decade. The Motorcycle Hall of Fame
Should we found
is in Ohio. It's out in it's in Pickerington. You know where that is?
Isn't that
In
where
Columbus.
they banjo?
It's outside Columbus. I have a friend that lives in Pickerington.
There you go. That's where the Motorcycle
Kettering,
Hall
I'm
of Fame
thinking
is.
So should we found the Ohio Hall of Fame?
It sounds like a lot of work. But there's an Ohio
That's
Women's
right.
Hall of Fame.
Ew, why? I mean,
Did you say
not like
ew,
that.
why?
Not like that. Why is it specifically women, not
It only
ill
has
women?
because they don't get.
Yeah, we know ew women from you.
Yeah.
No, I don't think women.
It
are
only
gross.
has 350 members. Because women, if women want to be honored, they got to take it upon themselves to do it. Ain't no guy going to open up the Ohio Women's Hall of Fame. I mean, no man.
Okay, I got it.
Women have not had the same opportunities historically.
Yada yada yada. I get it.
Yada yada. Suffrage rights.
All right. You know, he
They
pulls
were
out black
suffrage
and gay.
yeah,
Didn't say anything.
Half black. Whole gay.
Where's the
Half
lie?
black, all gay. Well, at least you have a name for your autobiography. The International Rubber Science Hall of Fame.
Is that why we have the free stamp? No.
Yes, of course. No, Akron. It's the Rubber City, right?
Oh, right.
The Rhythm and Blues Hall of Fame, which is relatively new.
What if we only had rhythm but not blues?
Welcome to the Rhythm Hall of Fame. Don't step there. The Rhythm Hall of Fame.
There's a couple places around here that I have yet to tour that I would like to. Like the Goodyear facility I want to tour, and then NASA I still want to tour.
I don't think you can tour the Goodyear facility, can you?
I'm sure you can. They have a building I think they're not even like using. Like the old building, I think they moved.
Well, they have that giant, the blimp hangar.
Mm-hmm. You can stay overnight in the blimp.
But I know when I used to do location stuff for movies, they were very...
stingy with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very tight locked.
Yep.
Probably because they don't want people leaking. Like what it's like in their
leaking.
Well, you're going to leak. I mean,
tires.
there's a $50 cleanup fee if you leak in the blimp overnight, I think. The Polka Hall of Fame
Ooh.
Museum is in Euclid.
I'd like to go to there.
Enjoy. You know, so that's there. But there's no
just being
Ohio Hall of Fame.
That should be a thing. I think that should definitely be a
Boy,
thing.
I certainly think it should be.
Some states don't need a Hall of Fame.
Every state's got something to be proud of. Why
Ohio's
not
got
have a Hall of Fame?
Ohio's got a buttload of presidents. We got LeBron James.
But they have like their statues and stuff
That
here.
should be the tagline. Welcome to the Ohio Museum. We have a buttload of presidents.
That should be on the license plates.
Yeah.
Buttload of presidents.
Buttload of presidents.
What state has the most presidents?
I think Ohio.
Really?
Yeah.
But they're from here,
Load.
born here,
Yeah.
lived here.
I think from
Governed
here,
here.
like born here.
Well, you got to consider president of the United Auto Workers. It's every president.
President of the United
Yeah,
States
lower.
is what I'm talking about.
Oh, I thought you meant lower P.
What state has the most presidents?
Virginia. Well, that makes sense. It's an early colony.
One of the first states?
Yeah. Yeah. Virginia has produced 8 presidents, including, and you haven't heard of all these, George Washington. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Washington.
Washington. There's an R in there. It's silent and invisible.
Thomas Hefferson. Am I pronouncing that correctly? These old-timey names, I don't know what they do with them.
Thomas. What if it was Thomas? And
Thomas
we had no
Hefferson.
idea?
Yeah, come on. All these Jameses and Johns.
Quincy?
That too.
Ohio
There's a
has
Quincy.
6. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. We're probably
a
number
lot.
2.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yep. Ulysses Grant. Am I saying that correct? Rutherford Hayes. Wonder when he added the B. Was he worried he'd be confused with other Rutherford Hayeses?
Yeah, there was already a member of SAG without the B.
I wanted to be Michael J. Fox. James Garfield, Benjamin Harrison, who for a little while played bass for Talking Heads. William McKinley Taft. And Warren G. Harding. I think widely regarded as one of our worst presidents, correct? Harding didn't do F all. I don't think, yeah. So there you go.
I don't know that much about
how will
presidents.
we know
going back.
what he did?
There's really no way to know what Woodrow Wilson did while he was president.
He's
You're
not
right.
even the most famous Warren G.
Not anymore.
That's true.
And
so anyway, yeah, 6 presidents. That's not bad at all.
6, but then there's another calculation that has 8, so it's a buttload.
All right.
Buttload is
Between
safe to
6
say.
and 8.
Yeah.
I mean, Tennessee has produced 3 presidents.
That ain't no buttload.
Half of the presidents were born in 4 states.
Kentucky.
That's weird. That's real weird.
Yeah, it is. So Thomas Hefferson.
Because they're the first states.
New York has had 5. Martin Van Buren, Millard Fillmore,
Oh,
Theodore
the Van
Roosevelt,
Buren boys.
FDR. That's right, the Van Buren boys. And Donald Drumpf. I'm not familiar with him. Massachusetts has had 4. You had John F. Kennedy. You had George Herbert Walker Bush. You had John Quincy Adams. And you had John Adams. Don't confuse me with Quincy. That's what they call them. John, don't confuse me with Quincy Adams. I never get credited on my John Quincy Adams impression.
And you never will.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Not ever?
Mm-mm.
Never?
Nope.
All right.
Martin Luther King Jr.
North Carolina had 2 presidents. Texas had Eisenhower and LBJ.
Bush.
Bush was from... I
think he was born in Virginia.
Yeah.
Oh.
He lives in Texas,
I thought he
not
was
from Texas.
I thought he was a Texan.
That's why I never understood why he had the twang. Like they were always out in Kennebunkport, Maine. Why does
Right.
the guy sound like he's about roping dogies?
I don't know.
And then Franklin Pierce was from New Hampshire.
Was there?
Abe Lincoln's from Kentucky. But that's another guy that a bunch of states claim.
Yeah.
Illinois license plate, land of Lincoln, because he was born there.
Oh, not the car?
No, didn't he? Wait,
No. Huh?
Before he started slaying vampires.
Right. I see what you're doing. Mm-hmm. He would stab them with his stovepipe hat.
He was born in Illinois?
Something like that.
I thought
Yeah.
he was
I don't know.
born
Buried
in
there?
Kentucky.
Probably.
And then
I don't know.
and then governed.
I don't know. Yeah.
I know, that's why we're talking about it.
Mm-hmm. You know what we need to do now, though?
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play? Yeah. We can.
slow.
You want to do the get down?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, the Friday Bill Squire Get Down is brought to you by Cleveland Whiskey, the brand new Schmokin' Whiskey. Delicious. And you can find Cleveland Whiskey at your local liquor store, clevelandwhiskey.com. Are you ready, Bill, for the Friday Get Down? Let's do it.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Oh boy, I really screwed that up, didn't I?
Yeah, timing's not important.
Oh, boy. Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready now? Okay. Go ahead.
Hey, it is Friday, and it's been a long week. Whether you are a boss or you are not a boss, you need to relax. But no. And the best way to relax is with some Cleveland whiskey. Get that Cleveland whiskey down your gullet. Galugga, galugga, galugga. Mouse-a-size the day away with some Cleveland whiskey. Yeah. Get down.
Get down Friday?
Sometimes you go in Friday at the end, too.
Oh, yeah.
But I do like how you ended it. You're like, get down.
Get down.
There you go. Whether you're a boss or not a boss. And really, who's to tell you which one you are? Mouser-size your way to some Cleveland whiskey.
No.
You all right?
Yeah, it hurts.
All right.
I gotta get healthy.
ClevelandWhiskey.com. It is delicious, and of course, now we know that the weekend has officially begun.
That's right. We gotta make sure we pre-record one next week because we're not gonna be on Friday.
We'll be gone
Yeah.
for Thanksgiving, and there will be so much for which to give thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Not the least
including
Cleveland whiskey. All right, I'm going to break. If you want to get the last word in, you can shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
Here you go.
From the Final Touch Construction Roofing Expert Studios, it's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
An iHeart radio station.
All right. We gotta go. Thanks for hanging out, babe.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, my goodness.
I love you.
But I'm not funny, Bill, is what she said.
She was making a joke, and if you were funny, you would understand that.
Oh, boy.
There it is.
Hoisted by my own petard.
Yeah, you are kind of petard.
Yeah, okay.
He is quite the petard. You're right.
Can't say the P word anymore. What do you got coming up, William?
Tomorrow, I'm going to be at the Sprint in Brooklyn from 1 to 3 p.m., so come on through there. Bring a toy for the holiday toy drive. And then every 15 minutes, we're giving away a $25 gift card, courtesy of Visa, or not courtesy of Visa, but a Visa gift card. And then you can register to win a $250 Visa gift card. And then get tickets to Bill Squire's Christmas Kwanzaa, December 29th at the Agora. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Anything you want to plug, babe?
There's a few things.
All right. Poundcake.
Inappropriate. Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be on Medina for the inaugural Alan Cox Show High Voltage Indoor Karting Challenge. If you are on one of our teams, we will see you tomorrow. If not, you can come out and hang. We'd love to see you. They got the brand new Foundry Social that's open there as well. It starts at 4 with us tomorrow. Sunday morning, 8 to 10 every Sunday. It's the Week in Cox. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week, condensed into 2 hours. And then 10:30, we start the next Cox Out pregame. So I will see you downtown Sunday morning for that. Dolphins are in town to play the Browns. And so we do the Cox Out pregames at the Ivy before every home game. It's right down there at West 6 and Lakeside in the corner. We're there with Bud Light. Got a beautiful Indian motorcycle we're going to give to someone at the end of the season, courtesy of Johnny K's. So come down, have some pops pregame, and I will see